Good morning, everybody. Afternoon, evening, whatever time it is where you're at. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. To start things off, we're going to head to the north, and we're actually going to check out this area up here. We were looking for a rare spawn there yesterday, so I think I'm going to, poke my head into a couple caves and see if we can find our rare spawn. We probably won't find him, but it'll be something to do to get the day going here. Shadowstar, welcome. Nerdstrong, Jay, Patrick. Thank you guys for being here. Good morning. Good afternoon to you. David, yeah, we hit 40 the other day. Yep, not yesterday, but the day before. Tunerdale, good morning, man. Thanks for being here. Johnny Hoover, thanks for showing up. Good to see you. Alex, good morning. Jackie Joe, Monica, welcome to the stream. Well, that's exciting. We managed to aggro a guard first thing. It looks like, though, they're incredibly slow. So, yeah, thank you, Mount, and thank you, Talented Speed. Jason, you lost your mage at 15, man? And you just got a wand. That's a tough one. I would say if you haven't already, sleep on it. Nerdstrong US, have I noticed an increase in my channel's growth since live streaming? No. What I've noticed is that the live streams are growing. So yeah, the live streams themselves have been doing awesome. You guys have been really great, and the best part is for me, like, I have more fun in this format. So the live streams have been growing. The channel is doing roughly the same. Some days the channel does worse. Sometimes the channel does better. So what it has done is it's left, most of the metrics have balanced out, but everything is more like teeter-tottery, whereas with just the recorded stuff it was like pretty smooth if you're looking at like the graph. So that's a little look under the hood. Yeah, Alex, I've never aggroed one of the guards there. I guess I didn't realize that they patrolled all the way out to the main road. Murderface, it was scary, because yeah, I saw the guard but didn't expect it to be skull level for some reason, so the fact that it was skull level was kind of scary. Alright, so what we're doing is we're going to pop our heads into these caves. We were doing a little bit of rare hunting yesterday, and I don't think the likelihood is very high that we find this guy, or that he drops the 12% chance item that we want, but it's a decent thing to do to kind of start things off. Now, what I have to make sure is that I don't actually end up fighting elites, because we killed an elite yesterday because I didn't really realize I was fighting an elite, and apparently we can take on level 37 elites without much of a problem. So I did take that elite quest, the kill quest for the Crush Ridge Ogres over in Alterac, and we can probably work on those like one at a time once we're level like 42. Evandro JC, good morning. Thank you guys for being here. Yeah, it's these guys right here that we can actually kill. Oh, you know what? These don't count towards the quest. So maybe the ones for the quest are actually a higher level. Yeah, we killed one of these last night. Keopi, good morning, man. Thanks for being here. But we're not gonna mess with them now. We're gonna head to the caves. That's your guys' choice this morning. It's like elites or caves. Elites or caves. We're gonna go with caves for now. Tunerdale, that's good to hear, man. I'm glad that they help out. That's awesome. Ivan, this cave is not too bad because we are a much higher level. So, Alex, you're getting caves or elites, man. It's gonna happen. You guys just have to accept it. Miles, good afternoon, man. Thank you for being here. Christopher, good morning, man. Thanks for hanging out with the stream. Appreciate you being here. Alex, they're a good cloth farm? You know, I never leveled first aid, and nobody ever gave me a hard time about it. I was actually kind of shocked. At first I was just putting it off, but I quickly realized that I was never going to level it. And there wasn't really a good reason for it. It's not like I needed the cloth for anything else. And no one ever brought it up, so... yeah. I've been selling all of the cloth. And no one has said anything about that either. We started first aid. We got it to 150. And then we never did anything else with it. That's curious. That's kind of what I thought, Patrick, but people tell me otherwise. Because they say, like, well, if you're out of mana and it's like a clutch situation and you can stun the mob but you can't heal. And it's like, well, if I had enough mana to stun the mob, I'd probably heal. Yeah, that's kind of what I think about healers and first aid. But people tell me that it's like a bad habit not to grab it. And I don't disagree with them. I just didn't do it on this character. I started to. And then gave up. So we're looking for a guy with 2 heads. If we see an ogre with 2 heads, that's what we want. But he's a rare spawn. And apparently he might only respawn like every 21 to 30 hours once he is killed by somebody. So basically it's one of those mobs that you never come across. Alex, 39 on the lock. Grats, man. That's awesome. You know, 1 more level to go. And you get that free mount too, right? Do you have to do a quest line for your mount on the Warlock? Or do you just learn that first spell from the trainer the way we did? Oh, that's awesome. You don't know. Well, that's cool. Hey, first time on the lock and you made it that far. That's really great. I thought that there was a small quest line at least, but I've never got a lock to that point either, so I have no idea. I hope you can just learn it from your from your trainer. That would be ideal. Or like how we had a quest where we just had to talk to the guy twice. That was okay. Whitney, good morning. Thanks for being here. Alright, I think we can say safely that he's probably not in this cave right now. I feel like we've been in all the nooks and crannies. And I don't see a 2-headed ogre. So we're gonna go check the other cave. Jay, the lock mount is one quest. That would be cool. We had the one quest, but our quest was simply to talk to the guy twice, it seemed. We didn't have to actually go do anything. Which is kind of the way I would prefer it. If they're gonna give you the mount, it's like I kind of prefer they just give you that first mount, if that's how it's gonna go. You're at 50 gold anyway? Yeah, that's true. Even if like it was a difficult quest line, if you had the gold, you could just go buy the training and buy the mount like any other class. If you weren't able to do the quest for some reason. I feel like the level 60 quests are like elite quests, right? Like you can't do those without a group, I think. Okay, where are we going? We are going right up here. Second cave. Second cave, and then we'll think about what we actually want to do today. Yeah, this cave does not go anywhere, so we don't have to fight our way in. We can see that he's not in there. And I thought he had a third spawn point, but nobody really seemed to clarify if that was the case. So yeah, we'll think about what do we actually want to do. I was thinking we could head into the Arathi Highlands. And we could head over this way and do the Lesser Bloodstone Ore. And we should be able to do the first couple of quests for Princess Trapped. Should be able to. Mr. Eon X, welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. Or we could go back to Booty Bay. Now, the benefit of going back to Booty Bay is we have a breadcrumb quest there that we were following up on, where we had the mage in Alterac here. He wanted us to get a dagger back from his daughter, who ran off to Booty Bay to become a pirate. So we could do that. We could do that. Is there anything else we could do in Stranglethorn besides that? Lesser Bloodstone Ore. Oh, that's the Arathi Highlands. And then, yeah, the Singing Blue Crystals. Those are a little bit of a higher level still. We could maybe go do this one. Get the head of Nagas. He is hiding all the way back here. That could be kind of tough. That could be like a tough pull. But I kind of want to go see if maybe we can do that. If it looks too crazy, then we won't. But we might be able to do it. It probably does involve fighting our way into the house that's back there. I remember there being a house and like a little orchard. But I've only been back there like once or twice. I like how like humanoid enemies get to hang out with aggressive cats and wildlife, and they don't care. I'd love to see it where like if a humanoid NPC got too close to an aggressive animal, that it would get attacked. That would be a really cool interaction to see occasionally. David, you've never been back here? The first time I was ever back here was in Classic. So for like 15 years I played the game and never ever came back here, ever. And then I forget what character it was that we first took back here. I feel like it was probably the human mage Athos. DT, that's true. The wolves in Elwyn and other places are programmed to attack rabbits and squirrels and kill them outright. So, like, there is a precedent for NPC on NPC violence. I wish it would sometimes happen with humanoids and beasts, because they don't mingle often. But the times like this when they do mingle, it's weird. It's kind of immersion breaking almost. Because yeah, they don't always mingle them together like that. A lot of times humanoids and aggressive wildlife are separate. But I feel like when they are close together, it would be cool to see one of them attack the other. Obviously, there's problems with that, because there's probably shit you can do to like manipulate the game. If every humanoid NPC and every animal NPC were aggressive to each other, then technically I could pull a bunch of cats, pull them into a bunch of humanoid enemies, and let them go at it. And as cool as that would be, I guess it would be kind of game breaking if you could do stuff like that. James, you ask, how is the Paladin hardcore leveling experience? It's been good in the sense that the Paladin has let us live through a lot of situations that would have killed like any other class. Yeah, the Paladin has like so many get out of jail free buttons, not even counting its heals, that it's been really good. Yeah, for me especially, it's obviously been easier to survive. It's nice to have a button that just says, you know, for X amount of time, you don't take any damage. And we have a couple of buttons like that. JC, yeah, sometimes the guards will help. That's true. The guards will help you with some things. And then there are some, like, questing hubs that just don't have any NPCs that are guards. So then you stand there next to the, like, quest giver getting attacked, and nobody cares. Oh, look at this. Hey, we're gonna have stealth guys. We're gonna have stealth guys back here. And they're level 39. Okay, I see bodies, though. And that means someone's either here right now, or they have been here recently. No one. I have Blessing of Freedom bound right here on my tilde key. Yeah, that's my tilde key right there. It's super easy to hit. Yep, we've had that there for a while, and it has got me out of a lot of different binds. It's one of those buttons, like, when we're not playing hardcore, I wouldn't even bother with it. But when everything matters more, it's a button that I use now. It is keybound, for sure. So I'm assuming... Oh, there he is. Nagas. Here we go. He's an orc. Lots of stealthies here and in the building. Yeah, is Nagas inside the building? Did this last person pull him out, or does Nagas kind of spawn out here somewhere? It looks like Nagas probably spawns inside the building. Yeah, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna kill everything as it spawns, and I'm gonna keep the area clear so that when he does spawn in, he's gonna spawn in by himself. Yeah, he's not gonna have... He's gonna be the last one to respawn, because all of the name guys are on some ridiculous like 2 or 5 minute timer, and all the normal guys are gonna come back up first. So we'll just kill everything as it comes back up, and then we should be able to get him by himself. Lael, hello man, welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing okay today. Yeah, let's see. Nobody in here right now. I'm kind of assuming... Ooh. What is this? A worn wooded chest. Ensorcelled parchment. Oh, it starts a quest. The parchment is enchanted with a spell, rendering it indecipherable, but one word at the top of the paper can be read. Nagas. Okay. Alright. Take it to Lore Master Dibs. So we're gonna kill the guy, and we're gonna take the letter to the Lore Master. Okay. Got it. That's good to hear, man. Whitney, you think he spawns down here on the first level? That would be awesome. I'm gonna pop my head upstairs, but it looks like there's like a 2-pull right up there from what I just glimpsed. He spawns by the box. Okay, then I'm not gonna mess with the upstairs. Yeah, if you guys think he's here, I'll stay back here. What I will do is I'll keep the outside of the house clear. I'm sure there's like a couple of guys out here. Syndicate Enforcer. We shouldn't need to kill that one. Let's just make sure we don't have any stealth guys prowling. Alright, we look good out here for like a way of retreat. Now we just have to wait. And I think maybe staying out here and killing any guys that respawn would be the best bet. I should be killing anyway just to keep experience going, so maybe I will pull this one. I thought there were elites somewhere, but maybe I'm thinking of a different place. I remember a house on the river very similar to this with a dock and like a couple of elites hanging out. And for some reason I thought it was in this area, but no, it's not. Nikolai, what happens if you get killed by an enemy player? Yeah, that's the same thing. So if you're PvP or you get PvP flagged and you get killed by another player, then that's the same as getting killed any other way. Absolutely. Burrick, welcome to the stream, man. There's usually a chest that spawns upstairs, tactical. Sounds like you might be trying to get me killed, my man. There's 2 spawn up there. Vicky, I dropped blacksmithing a long time ago. Yeah, I wasn't working on it. I dreaded trying to work on it. I didn't want to do the farming that was necessary. Because I'm kind of a lazy person when it comes to stuff like that. And so I dropped it a long time ago. And I felt so much better once I did. Well, this was a fun little ambush they've laid for us here. Fun little ambush. We're going to catch a heal here in a second, I think. Just in case our buddy spawns in on top of us, which he's probably want to do. I never picked up anything else. Nope. We are just doing mining, and we are selling that stuff. William, that was intense? It was okay. We're a Paladin, so we're fine. I felt a pretty big power jump at 40. I'm not sure why. But yeah, like taking on these 2 level 39s should have kind of been a big deal. Especially getting jumped like we did, but it wasn't really a big deal, so... Now this guy seems fast and buff, so he might beat the crap out of us here. We'll see. I love how he spawned in behind us too. I'm like, he's right behind me, isn't he? Cool, cool, cool. And we're probably gonna get jumped right outside, so let's go ahead and drink up. The helm is our only piece of plate. Karen, good evening. Thanks for stopping by the stream. Alright, so at this point, we're just headed back to South Shore. We have a couple of things to turn in. And then we'll figure out what we want to do next. We probably won't do too much more in this area right now unless we get some kind of follow-up that I'm not familiar with that would take us to fighting like similar level of guys. But I don't think we get another follow-up to come back here. Alis, the walk to Tanaris should be fun. I have the flight point in Gadgekstan. So we'll just have to get a boat to Booty Bay. And then whenever we're ready to go into Tanaris, we'll just jump on a flight. Yeah, we grabbed the Gadgekstan flight point when we were doing stuff in the Shimmering Flats in the early 30s. Only because the last part. Only because the last part. It's the name that did it. Yeah. That's that. I'm gonna go see what level the elites are over at Alterac, so that we know if that's an option. Fs, yeah. Mark, good morning, man. Lucas, do I play red at 60? I don't do anything at 60 on this character because I've never had a Paladin in Classic Era at 60. If a person should play red at 60, I would say that red is probably not a very highly desired spec, but I really don't know. I don't really know in Classic Era Endgame what Paladin spec would be wanted. But I don't know that it would be ret. Maybe they make decent tanks or healers. Cave Yetis. You guys are level 34. I guess maybe the way to get in is not the way that I'm going. I guess I would have had to go around the other direction, right? We're like approaching the back wall. Sometimes you can like climb up the walls, as seems to be the case here. Level 39, so yeah, probably not until like level 41 or 42. Tactical, yeah, we did check for the rare in both of the caves. I didn't see him in either one. I think somebody said he might have like a long, like 20 or 30 hour retimer or respawn timer also, so unfortunately, even if he were to be up and he were to get killed, it's like, I feel like you'd probably never ever find him. William, how long did the DDoS attack last for you guys? I don't know what we're talking about. I didn't have a DDoS attack. Some people have apparently, yeah. Didn't affect me. I don't know what we're talking about. If it's something that was on the internets or on the news, I wouldn't know about it if it didn't affect me directly, which it seems like it did not affect me. Blizzard had one? Oh, okay. Yeah, Tactical, that's the problem, is like I have no idea what he could have been killed an hour ago, he could have been killed like 30 hours ago. It's almost impossible to like farm for him like that. Blizzard was DDoS for like a day. Oh, cool. Well, that's fun for them. I'm sure they have like ways and means of dealing with that. That's weird. I mean, I played a little bit of retail last night, but probably not like super late. I think we were on until like 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock Eastern time. I didn't have any problems for like the hour that I played, but it was a very, very short hour. It mostly affected Diablo 4. Good. Yeah, that seems like where they would target right now, if they were able to target like a game. That's probably Blizzard's biggest game right now, as far as like active users. 5 hours? Well, that's horrible. I wonder why it affected some people so differently. I guess it depends on like what you were playing, what servers you were on, etc.
Light be with you.
Let's see, you have something you'd like me to look at, some scrap of lore gathered from up in the mountains. I wish I had the talents to decrypt all the strange bits of writing that trickle down from Alterac, but I'm afraid I lack the knowledge. Then why are you asking us to get this stuff for you? Prospector Stormpike is a master of decryption and deciphering. If you take the parchment you found to him, then with luck he can make sense of it. Okay, so Ironforge. Got it. Alexander, you too, man. Thanks for being here.
What can I do for you?
The Argus Wake does not sound like a group we want running the Syndicate. And although you may have destroyed their leader here, Nagas was merely the servant of another. The Argus Wake might run deep through the continent of Azeroth. Through the continent of Azeroth. Through the continent of Azeroth. The continent. The continent.
Careful.
The continent of Azeroth, you say? But I only see 2 continents, and one is called Kalimdor, and one is called the Eastern Kingdoms. What is this madness? What is this Azeroth you speak of? Sorry, that's one of my huge pet peeves about like the linguistic retconning and like what words referred to what and what they refer to now as opposed to in the past. Here we go again. I hate it. I hate it, and I wish they would just fix it. It's like a handful of quests. I know you say that it initially was, but look, you're talking about Warcraft though. You're not talking about World of Warcraft because this is the vanilla map. This is the map we got. This is the map we can look at. This is the canon map for the very first day of World of Warcraft. And on the very first day of World of Warcraft, this is not Azeroth. This is the Eastern Kingdoms. It says it right here. That's all. I get that at some point Blizzard's own writers called it Azeroth because they had no idea what they were doing. You know, they weren't planning for like the future of the setting. Shit! What is this? What is happening here? Shadowy assassins. Oh dear lord. Okay, yeah, guards, get at them. That was some BS. Yeah, in Warcraft, you're talking about Warcraft. But I'm talking about WoW. That's the quest? Kill him? I mean, he died. I didn't hit him, so... So the quest was spawn some dudes on me, and then I killed them all. And if the guards kill them all instead, then what? Are we good? I didn't fail anything. They drop a quest. Okay. Not for me. I guess you have to hit them. You know what I did instead is I survived. Yeah, I survived what seemed like it was going to be a shitty situation. I didn't know how many of them that there were going to be. I saw a bunch of guys attacking me suddenly in a place where I'm not used to getting attacked. And I got the F out.
Greetings.
And I don't feel bad about it.
Be careful.
Leo, that sounds awful, man. Yeah, we had some storms blow through yesterday, and our neighbors across the street, everybody across the street lost power for like 3 hours. And we didn't. So yeah, it was and it was the same thing. The winds kicked up. The winds weren't that bad. It was like maybe 30-mile-per-hour gust. And all of a sudden in the distance, I hear the transformer go boom. And then I look across the street, and all their lights are off and mine's still on. And yeah, we had no, had our power gone out, we'd have had no time to prepare. After that, obviously, we started keeping everything charged. We pulled out all the flashlights, and now we have everything like at the ready when it's not going to be needed. But I got a little taste of that for myself like yesterday evening. And yeah, it sucks. It was one of the things I loved about living downtown in Kansas City is that all the power lines and cable lines and the fiber lines were underground. Everything was underground. It didn't matter how windy it got. It didn't matter how much snow there was. It didn't matter. All the shit was underground, so you didn't lose power like that. It would have to take. It would be like physical damage to like a relay station or something that would have to like have you cause to lose power. Otherwise, you were just fine. Jason, yeah, this is my highest hardcore character so far. Yep, absolutely. Ra, welcome to the stream, man. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Tactical, the flight path stuff, we are tracking through Leatrix Plus, because apparently a Leatrix Plus does lots of things. If you go into interface, you can show flight times. And yeah. That's how we're doing that. Chunky, I appreciate that, man. We'll get it rebuffed. I don't try to keep it up on myself unless I'm in combat. I'm treating might like a combat buff, like how you might treat like a battle shout on the warrior. And so when we get into combat, I will pop it, but I do appreciate the reminder because as often as not, I will forget. But I don't try for 100% uptime on it. Not on a 5-minute buff. Not on a 5-minute buff. So we're gonna do the first part of this, but obviously we're not gonna be able to do like the finishing parts where we have to fight her. Lil, you do have underground lines, but not directly into your neighborhood. Yep, it's just kind of the same here. Like the power lines here up on the poles. So one lightning strike to the wrong pole, or just too much wind, and that's it. And then they can't come out to even fix it until the storm's passed and the rain stopped. So it becomes a huge pain. Last summer we were out for almost 48 hours, and that was shitty. JD, yeah, that's awesome, man. Yeah, it was never overgrown. That's awesome. Yeah, we do things a little bit differently here in the United States. We do them quick and sloppy. And then we stubbornly don't change. Yeah. So a lot of the power lines in a lot of our neighborhoods are just up on poles. Yeah. And obviously probably new construction neighborhoods and stuff are probably doing it differently now, but as far as neighborhoods that have existed for 100 years, you're up on the poles. I can't really go this way. I can't run past. Can I get behind Hammerfall? Probably not. Probably can't go behind. Yeah, and then what happens, JD, think of the size of the country comparatively. It's impossible for us just to say, yes, now we are going to move all of our overhead lines underground. If it were a single state, if that were the size we were talking about, then yeah, individual states can do stuff like that, where they can say, okay, we have to have a 5-year plan to get all of our power lines underground. But on the national level, there's no mandate for that, and the country's too big just to have it all happen in any quick time frame, and the states have too much power over that kind of stuff. And it's like a cost versus risk type of thing. It's yeah, it sucks when people lose power for a while, but then the cost of moving it all underground is probably freaking huge. And then when you do that, you take people offline anyway. You have to do it systematically. Yeah, Germany's half the size of Texas. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Somewhere there's a funky looking tree, and that tree tells me where the secret path is to head back here. So is this the funky tree? No, the tree is a little bit bigger. I think it's up here. Now, we do have to fight our way to the back of the cave for the Misriel quest, right? Oh, and you know what? We can't do the Lesser Bloodstone ore anyway because we don't have the mining skill for it. I think in Classic Era you have to be a miner with the appropriate mining skill. Lael, yeah, Texas does have totally its own power grid, but there's bad things about that too, as some people who live in Texas might know. I don't think the Texas power grid is too up to date. But that's probably ditto for lots of places in the country. Oh, here's the weird looking tree. Yeah, it's a totally out of place, strange looking tree. And that's our secret passage. Monica, when it comes to infrastructure, it is though. I'd say when it comes to public infrastructure, size does matter. Absolutely. When it comes to public infrastructure, smaller is better because it's going to be cheaper and easier to make everything standard and to make everything good. Tim Pearson US, is this the highest I've gotten to tune? In hardcore, yeah. This is our highest level hardcore character. Absolutely. Chase, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here. These guys run, and they run at like 35% HP. They run at a level of health where it's going to be really hard to kill them before they get far. So we probably have to approach everything as if it's going to be at least a 2-pull, because it's probably going to be. Tactical, you know what? The Alliance get the short end of the stick here. In the Arathi Highlands, it's such a nice zone, and there are so many mobs. We on the Alliance side, we don't fight the raptors, we don't fight the spiders, we don't fight the vultures. There are so many mobs here, like potential for questing that the Alliance just doesn't have. And like the Horde gets to kill raptors a bunch, but we don't get to kill any raptors. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. Like, I feel like at full mana we could probably take 3 of them. Not at once, but if they kept subsequently pulling, we could probably fight 3 of them before we were in any like serious duress. But yeah, this might be interesting. And if it gets too risky, if it gets really squiggly in there and we just don't like how it feels, then we'll go somewhere else. Because yeah, like we're gonna pull, like right away we pull these 2 guys. Now the cool thing about this is, like, this should be cleared now. We should be clear. We shouldn't really have to worry about them pulling more. The bad thing about it is, like, I do need to get a heal in, and I don't really want to do that while they're both hitting me. So now, yeah, see, now he's going to run some more. Now we have to get our heal in really quick, and we're going to be out of mana, though. And then we have to pull this guy back. Like, he's got to come all the way back here with us. There are casters inside? Yeah, Alex, we're not going inside. Thanks for that, man. That makes it really easy. That makes it really easy. There are casters inside. Yeah, maybe we're not doing this. There are casters inside. I think that's kind. I think as Bellular would say, that changes everything. Yep. Oh boy. Okay. All right. So, oh look at this. Oh, I thought we were respawning. We're not. We're just hiding down the hill. Maybe we go back to Booty Bay. Maybe we do that. Yeah, the green mobs are still tough, especially when we have to fight 3 of them in a row. It's like we could probably get all the items out here, but we can't stay out here. We have to turn it turns in back inside the cave. The other thing that makes this less appealing is that I'm pretty sure we can't get the Bloodstone or that we need for the other quest. I'm pretty sure that we don't have the mining skill. I'd like to get to a node. Yeah, see, oh, that's Mithril. That's not Bloodstone. I'm not gonna risk it. Yeah. Oh man, could you imagine a bunch of casters pulling more casters and suddenly there are 16 casters casting at us? We'd probably die, for sure. The skill is, it's level 75. You know, we can come back there when we're like level 45, okay? When we're level 45 and we can kill those guys in like 2 or 3 hits, then, yeah. Bellular's game did look interesting, yeah. And like the thing you can probably expect from it is that like as much quality as possible has been poured into it, because he talks too much shit about bad game development to develop a bad game. So I'm sure, and I know they've also been like updating it, making changes and stuff after release. And if you're looking for like a narrative thing, like it's probably pretty good. I haven't played it myself.
Yo!
Maybe I don't know. You know, it's on Steam. It's not on consoles. Otherwise, I could probably get my my wife to play it on the Xbox. Zanzil's Secret.
Keep it real.
Zanzil's Secret. Apparently, it's a higher level. We have that quest turn in somewhere in here. It's maybe above us.
Can I help you?
Let's see, my father sent you? I'd have thought that old codger would have given up on me by now. It wasn't really his fault I ran off. He just shouldn't have expected I'd be willing to live a boring life, reading over musty books and associated with gray-haired, stiff-backed, stuffy mages. I don't know how, like, learning magic could be a boring life, realistically. You're gonna instead be a pirate, you're gonna get, like, dysentery or shanked. I mean, come on. If you need my dagger, you'll have to get it back from Pretty Boy Duncan, one of the Bloodsail Buccaneers. Put something between his shoulders and I'm sure he'll give it up. That's the phrasing needs to be looked at there.
See you around.
But I think I understand what she was going for. That's probably not going to be something we can do, like, soon. Is that a named guy? He's back here. It's not a plus. It's not an elite quest, so... Put something between his shoulders. Like what? A scarf? I don't know what you want me to do. Yeah, that one needed to be looked at for phrasing, I think. In full transparency, my wife just brought me a sandwich, and I'm probably going to go camera dark here in a bit and eat it once we get working on something. Let's see, what do we want to work on? I don't really want to fight these pirates. I don't really want to fight the zombies. Skull Splitter Tusks might be okay. Where are the shards that we need? Oh, right here, the singing blue crystals. Now, those are goblins, I think, and they're kind of annoying. But, yeah. It's looking like turkey and cheese, Lale. I can only see a part of it beneath the napkin, but it's peeking at me, and it looks like turkey cheese and maybe some other kind of meat. Possibly a ham. I don't know if fighting the goblins without my full attention is probably not going to be a smart idea. We'll find some animals nearby to grind on while I eat this. Because I remember these goblins, they throw dynamite, they run, and some of them might even just have fire magic. I can't really remember. Ivan, what level is Tanaris? Tanaris is like 42 and up. Once we're 42, we'll be able to start the initial questing there. The initial quests are like level 42 and 43. So yeah, I want to be, if we can, I'd like to be at least 42. It'll probably let us pick the quest up at 41, but I really wouldn't want to be working on them yet. Because ultimately we're just going to run out of quests to do. JD, which weapon are we using right now? We have the Rock Pulverizer. 139 top end damage, 31.2 DPS, and plus 34 attack power. With a 3.7 speed weapon swing. Brandon, thanks man. Thanks for being here. I appreciate that. JC, thank you. We'll look for something right across the way. I think there are like raptors over here that we can fight. This should be a little bit safer than goblins that run away. Red Robin, you spent an eternity in Stranglethorn? Yeah, it can feel that way. I like to leave lots and come back lots. As opposed to just be like staying here and trying to farm it out. But it does feel like you are here because over the course of like you spend like 50 hours here, it feels like, over the course of the leveling experience. The only zone that kind of feels like you spend almost as much time there is probably the Barrens. The Barrens would be like the runner up to Stranglethorn for like the perceived amount of time spent. Strangely, I love both of those zones. Like the Barrens and Stranglethorn are some of my favorite zones, despite the fact that you feel like you're there for so long. Alright, let's come over here and find, what do we have? We have cats. Okay, cats are fine. Cats will work. Alright, I am going to mute, and I am going to go camera dark, and I'm going to eat. And in the meantime, we will carefully fight some stuff. And I'll see you guys again in a couple minutes. Oh, it's already gone. Oh yeah. It didn't live long. It was like 3 hits. It was only like a level 2 sandwich. So. Lale, that's awesome, man. I think you're really gonna enjoy it. It really is just something else entirely. It's such a unique world that you get introduced to, and it's like part of a bigger universe that is also all very unique. Super awesome. BJ Kaylet, I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Thank you for being here. Georgie, no offense, but my face doesn't go with my voice, or vice versa. I don't think I can be offended by that, man. It's not really an offensive thing. Unfortunately, for better or worse, I'm stuck with both this face and this voice. And so they have and they do go together. And, you know, hundreds if not thousands of people have been exposed to these two things in unison. Yeah. But that's not offensive. Jason, yeah, I'm reading through the Cosmere books right now. I finished the 2 Mistborn trilogies. I've read Stormlight 1 and 2, and I'm working my way through Arcanum Unbound. Unbound. I just finished reading Mistborn Secret History, which was effing amazing. Like, absolutely incredible. Mr. Tree, you would take that as offensive? I don't know. I mean, people are allowed to have their opinions. When it's an opinion about my face or my voice, I really can't be offended by it. Oh, you read the Secret History before you finished the second Mistborn trilogy. You probably spoiled some things for yourself when it comes to reading the Bands of Mourning. Well, you didn't spoil them, but you'll when you read Bands of Mourning, you'll actually you kind of spoiled something, I think. you might have spoiled for yourself a little bit, but it probably won't matter too much. You learn a couple things in the Mistborn Secret History that I feel like in Bands of Mourning you're not really supposed to know, because Bands of Mourning wants you to think one thing is happening, but if you've read Mistborn Secret History, you know that's not what's happening. So you might have kind of spoiled, but it might be kind of fun for you to like read Bands of Mourning and kind of see the things that you might have learned from reading the Secret History. Oh, okay. Oh, wait. Oh, is my order off? Okay, good. Then you're fine. That's the Bands of Mourning is book 3 of the second era, right? Yeah, okay, my bad. You're fine. You're fine. And then you know what I'm talking about like, it's basically the stuff between the Lord Ruler and Kelsier that, you know, if you hadn't read Bands of Mourning, could have been a spoiler. So then I might not have read Lost Metal yet. That's what I think. That's where I think I'm at. I'm following like a specific reading order that is almost the publication order, but is not quite the publication order. And I didn't really realize that at first, because there are like, for some reason there are so many different ways people think that you should like consume the Cosmere books. And I kind of like sticking close to the publication order, but I've gone off of it a little bit, I think. So yeah, you moved on to Lost Metal. I had finished the second Stormlight book, and then I read, that's when I read the Secret History as part of the Arcanum collection. And so after this, I think I'm going to go into Stormlight book 3. And then I don't know what I'm doing after that. I think I have something to read before I go to Stormlight book 4. And so maybe that will be Lost Metal. I don't know. Now I gotta check my reading order again and see exactly what I'm doing. Because what I realized after reading Mistborn Secret History is it is kind of incredible how much you can spoil for yourself by reading things like that out of the order, out of the publication order. there are actually like big spoilers you can get. Alright, now that I'm not eating, we might be able to take a look at some of the goblins who are all the way down to the south. Yeah, you probably want to jump into at least the first 2 Stormlight books because, you know, a lot of stuff in the Cosmere is eventually going to start overlapping. Like, where eventually you're going to start seeing characters show up, like, between different worlds and stuff. It's not at that point yet, but, like, inevitably the way he tells you things about how the universe works and, like, what's going on behind the scenes, he kind of, like, builds on that in every book. So you can learn things ahead of time, or you can miss things if you're not reading them all. It's really interesting. It's like you can enjoy the series in a vacuum, like absolutely. Like you could only read the Mistborn books and you could never touch Stormlight, and like you would really enjoy those books still. But if you do go and you read Stormlight and some of the other like books of the Cosmere, like it adds a lot of depth to the overall universe and to the magic system and stuff. And like the Stormlight books are a bit beefier, but they're equally as easy to read, and they're equally as good. And very similar to the Mistborn universe, the magic system in the Stormlight world is like top tier, super deep magic system where the characters are constantly learning more and more about what they can do with their abilities. Scythian, you're on book 2 of Stormlight? Yeah, book 2 of Stormlight might be one of my favorites, mainly because of, like, I'm not going to spoil anything, but mainly because of the climax and the stuff that happens towards the end of the book was really amazing. I've never read any Patrick Rothfuss, but I dare to say, though, that he's probably not as good as Sanderson. I dare to say, I've known people who've liked him a lot, so I know he's probably pretty decent. But I would hazard a guess that Brandon Sanderson probably is a little bit more skilled with some of his world building and stuff like that. Well, once you realize how big the Cosmere is and how much he's actually built the universe and how interconnected everything is and how he must have been planning it out for decades, you'd kind of see what I mean. Oh god, yeah, Sanderson has made it so I can't go back and read, like, older, stuffier fantasy authors anymore. Reading Sanderson pretty much ruined a lot of the other authors that I read because I just realized that they weren't as good. Ooh, this is a terrible situation. Let's retreat out of this and just rethink our lives up here. I feel like these goblins are bad for us. That's kind of what I feel like. Now that I know they can literally summon pets that have the same amount of HP as a normal mob, and that they don't leash, ever, and now I'm even less inclined to fight them. That's a panther. Okay, okay. This is good so far. Let's fight the panther right here and just kind of recuperate a bit. Maybe we don't fight these guys. Maybe today is going to be a no questing day where I just find somewhere to grind. I'm not really digging any of the quests that we have right now, and I don't really feel comfortable with any of them. So there's that. I don't think trying to take on the trolls is going to be any better. Maybe we can go after Pretty Boy Duncan, assuming he's not an elite. We could try that. He is all the way down here, though. Yep. Yeah, I mean, how many of these goblins are going to be able to summon pets like that? That was kind of crazy. You know, we might have to go into Tanaris at level 41. Because we're just not going to have anything to do. Let's see. We have a quest to turn in back in the Shimmering Flats. Didn't remember that. And then let's see. We have level 45 and 46. That's not gonna cut it. Level 43. Oh. Gosh, yeah, we can't go here until level 42. That's like the lowest we could possibly do these first couple of quests. Screecher Spirits takes place over in Feralis. Feralis is kind of the same. You know, we might be able to do these first couple of quests in Feralis at level 41. But yeah, we just don't have a lot of options. Bobcorn, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. So yeah, those are our options, and they are all kind of bad. Yeah, I don't really like any of them. I really don't like how erratically they're running around. This guy just has his pet out. Like, he just has it out now. That's his life now. He just has the pet permanently. Oh boy. Wow. Yeah, it's let's just head back across the road. We'll do a little bit of farming, and we'll try to think about some things. I kind of wish if we were going to farm, we could have did a little bit more farming, maybe in the Badlands. We were getting really lucky there with random drops. Do I have any other characters at level 60? No, not in Classic Era. We've only been playing Classic Era for hardcore, so all of the characters besides this one are dead. They didn't make it. In Wrath, I have a max level Pally, and then in Retail, I have a Shaman that I never play. But that's it for endgame characters. Alex said we didn't go into the Curzon Cave until we were level 40, right? Yeah, I feel like we waited till 40. Because yeah, there's a couple of guys, there's like 3 guys in stealth that hang out right at the entrance. And then there's usually a medicine man like hanging out not too much further in. Georgie, I appreciate that, man. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being around the channel. Sometimes I feel like the lid on my coffee is stopping me from guzzling the coffee the way that I really want to. And I know like the consequences of taking the lid off are like, I will knock this coffee over at some point. Haven't ever done it yet, but if I take the lid off, I know I have a higher chance of knocking it over. Also, it'll get cold a little bit faster, but yeah, my lid is like becoming a hindrance to enjoying my coffee. And I wonder if anybody else has ever felt this way about the lid on their Yeti mug. Is it literally... It's like right now I want a big old drink, but it wants to give me this much of a drink. It's starting to feel like a kid's sippy cup almost. And I don't like it. Tuner Dale asks, are there going to be official hardcore servers for Wrath 2 or just vanilla? We don't know, but I can say with like 99%... 99% we will only see vanilla. Yeah, I don't think anybody's talking about Wrath of the Lich King hardcore. And so when they have plans for hardcore, we're pretty sure they mean just Classic Era. But they haven't told us exactly any details, so... Yeah, Brock, this one has like a little slit. And it's like, when the mug is full, it's fine, but as soon as the mug passes like halfway, like I feel like I just have to pour it completely upside down to get any liquid to come out of it. Some kind of physics are at play that are not like conductive to my enjoyment of my coffee any longer. I'm doing it. I'm taking the lid off. I'm gonna live life on the edge. You'll probably get to see me dump this coffee all over my chest and body on accident. Now that I've done this. Yes, that is more of how a human should drink a liquid. Yep, that's much better. Mm-hmm. The other worry that I kind of have about farming on stuff that's like not quite at our level is like if we get a random drop off of these guys, it's going to be like a level 30 to 33 item. And if I fight stuff that's higher level, then the level of the item, if we get an item to drop, will be higher. And that's what my only regret kind of about fighting lower level guys, as opposed to going somewhere like the Badlands and fighting people at like level 39 and 40. Is that we're fighting level 37 tigers who, if they drop a blue or something, it's going to be a lower level blue, you know? We could quest in the Swamp of Sorrows. Rob, we did a little bit of questing in the Swamp of Sorrows, and I don't know that we have too much more to do there on the Alliance side of things. We had a couple of objectives that seemed damn near impossible to get to, but for the most part, I think we cleared what we had of Swamp of Sorrows. We can have a look. Yeah, we did this guy's quest. We did a hunting quest for the wildlife. Lost Caravan we didn't do. The objective was like surrounded by a bunch of people. We couldn't get to it. And then the escort quest, I was told not to do the escort quest explicitly. So yeah, I think we're done there. There's stuff up here. I don't know what this stuff is, but I also don't know that it gives any kind of experience. It looks like it gives rep. Yeah, we just don't really have a place we can go until we can go to Tanaris and Feralis. Those are the next two zones up on the list, but we have to be a little bit of a higher level to get there. Alex, you got that quest done in the cave? That's awesome, man. Yeah, it's like, it could be scary, but for us even, we didn't have to fight our way too far in. And then the follow-up, though, was the one to go after Curzon, so it's like, yeah, you can't even entertain doing that one because he's an elite. We are coming up on some troll buildings. Okay. We don't want to cross the river. We just don't want to cross the river. Maybe we just don't want to get close to this guy at all. That seems like a better idea. I don't know if he has like an aggro radius or if he's just going to hang out in his little house. But I really don't want to take the chance. Ivan, are you talking about this place here? Yeah, I have nothing to send me over there. Yeah, I know that there is a quest there to fight a giant-ass gorilla who's like the size of a house. And I think in Classic Era, if I had to guess, he's probably an elite because he's the size of a house. So, like, I don't think I'm going to be able to do that one. I think for that one, you find a bottle washed up on the shore, which leads you to a Tauren lady who's been, like, imprisoned. And then she gives you a quest to go get the key by killing the giant house-sized gorilla. And, yeah. There's a quest for Swamp of Sorrows from Stormwind next to Stockades. Okay, but does that quest have a follow-up once we get to where we're going? Because it could just be the breadcrumb that takes you to the zone to do the stuff we've already done. But if it's part of a chain that has like multiple parts to it, then sure, I would check it out. But a lot of those quests are just breadcrumbs to get you there, and then once you're there, you just grab the quests that are in the zone. They don't all usually chain into multiple awesome quest lines. But if it does lead into quests that I would not see on the map normally, then that's awesome and I can pick it up. I think we have to be talking about a different Swamp of Sorrows. Yeah. I don't know. Next time we go to Stormwind, I'm gonna grab the quest. But I really don't see how there could be a lot more to do there besides the stuff we've already done. And like I said, we did do quite a few quests there, I thought, for Swamp of Sorrows. And the two that we still have that are there are ones that I'm still not going to do because they're objectives that are surrounded by so many enemies, and one of them is like a really bad escort quest where he walks through the entire camp. So the ones that are still there I'm not going to do. I've done the ones that I can do. So the only thing that would give us more to do in Swamp of Sorrows is if the breadcrumb from Stormwind led into a bunch of other quests that we otherwise would be locked out of picking up. So I'll check it out and we'll see. I know the Horde usually have a little bit more to do there. They actually have a little town. But on the Alliance, we have nothing. We'll hit level 41 grinding, and then I'll go to Stormwind and check it out, and we'll try to come up with a plan for what else we can do. Yeah, there are so many quests that, like, if it's not just go kill an elite, it's like go kill some guys and an elite. It'll be better. You know, I think the official hardcore servers, I don't think they're going to stop people from grouping up for stuff like that. So it'll probably be better in a world where if it's an elite quest, we can group up and do it. And if we could do that, we wouldn't be having these problems, I don't think. Even if we didn't do a lot of dungeons, even if we were just able to complete the elite quest by grouping up, I don't think we'd be in the same situation we are level-wise. We'd probably be level 42 by now naturally, had we been able to tackle like all of the elite stuff along the way. Yeah, if you can group up less mob stealing. I see, and I don't know if I want people to be grouped up like all the time. It's like, how do you delineate, right? I don't know if I want people grouped up all the time. I would like to be able to group up for elite quests in the same way that we can group up to do a dungeon. I feel like if even though we're in the open world, if we're only tagging elites together, I feel like that should be okay. And I feel like that could create some fun gameplay because I think like some people would love to just like farm on the elites in the open world, you know? Just go through the elite villages in a 3-man group and just get awesome kill XP. That would be really fun for some people. It's not really solo self-found at that point, but still hardcore. I feel like if you're in a 5-man group though and you're just running around the world, it's probably just going to be like super easy to stay alive. I don't think there's going to be a lot of threat if people are just grouping up everywhere. Then again, you know, people can do stupid things and there's always ways to get killed even when you are in a group, so... Maybe we're not hearing a lot of news about the hardcore servers because Blizzard really can't figure out how to make people happy with the rules. Maybe there's just no way to make everybody happy with the rules. And so maybe that's why we haven't heard anything about it. Maybe they're struggling on what they're gonna do. Because I think that no matter what they do, there are obviously going to be groups of people who are not happy. Even if they were to take the exact same rules that we have today and we were to use those, there would be people like me who would not be very happy with that. Jordan, do I like Horde or Alliance questing more? Aesthetically, I like Alliance questing more. When it comes to hardcore, what we found out is that it's better to be on the Horde side. Some of the zones early on are a little bit easier, and also the Horde side, if you want to do dungeons, they have easier access to basically every dungeon except for stockades and dead mines. Everything else the Horde gets at easier. The Horde gets Wailing Cavern super close to them. The Horde gets the Scarlet Monastery dungeon super close to Undercity. And they just have a better time like traveling the world. It's easier to get around the world when you're on the Horde side. God forbid you start up a Night Elf character, like have fun getting over to the human lands. Kimpembe, I can't pull with Exorcism. This is classic. This only works on undead or demons. I'd love to be able to work it in the rotation. In Wrath of the Lich King, you can cast it on anybody. And so, yeah, I feel like in Wrath of the Lich King I did use it. But I can't here. Jordan, if none of the rules change, that means that we can't group up for the elite quest like I was talking about. You know, I'd like to see some way to use the auction house for crafting mats. I think we should be able to use the auction house and it should only be for crafting materials and stuff like that because so many professions, you just can't do them viably unless you can use the auction house. Some stuff like enchanting actually requires you to have access to items that are crafted by blacksmiths. So without the auction house, you can only level enchanting to a certain point, then you gotta drop it. Pick up something else. So yeah, I'd like to see auction house for crafting mats. I'd like to see grouping in the world for elite quest. I'd like to see all the stupid rules, like no bubble hearthing. I'd like to see us just forget about that kind of dumb stuff. And let people play their class how they're gonna play their class. And so yeah, so there are some like very select things that I would like to see changed that I don't appreciate how they're operated now. And so like I still don't want people to be able to give each other items. I still don't want lower level people to be able to get a bunch of money from a friend and go buy a bunch of gear on the auction house. I still want those restrictions in place, but there needs to be like some way to use the in-game economy for crafting. And if they're not figuring that stuff out, then, you know, it's just going to be another fresh start server that Blizzard opens up that people play on for a while and then stop playing on. If they don't actually change and improve some of the rules. Yeah, Alex, or add crafting mats to vendors. Yep. Let us buy some stuff off of the vendors. Like, let me buy some ore. If I can't buy it from players, you gotta give me somewhere to buy it from, because I got this gold I'd like to spend. And I have professions I'd like to level, but what I'd really like to do is spend my gold to help me level my professions. So yeah, there's stuff like that. I don't think they're going to change any of it. Yeah, I think they're probably going to end up being super lazy about it. And it's probably going to be just, you die, you can't res, and there's probably going to be no baked-in server rules. You're gonna have communities of people still using the rules in the add-on. You're going to have other people using the auction house to get themselves twink gear. You're going to have people doing whatever they want. That's the most likely outcome, is that Blizzard will just make the server so that you cannot res a character, and there will be no other baked-in restrictions, and then you'll get people playing solo self-found like we do now, and you will get people doing whatever they want. And yeah, that's probably how it will be. Jason, they've given us no additional info about it. They announced it a while back. They said, you know, this is going to happen in the summer of 2023, official Blizzard hardcore servers. In the summer of 2023, which is going on from now until like September 20th, so... Besides that, they've told us absolutely nothing. They also told us we'd get another season of Classic Era sometime later in the year. And they've told us nothing about that either. They very much like not giving us any specific details. That way they can just change things right up until the last minute, basically. As soon as you set a date in stone, you're going to create like an expectation. So the longer they go without telling us any details, the easier their job is. Tim, you're gonna have the new season for that, man. If you just want a fresh start vanilla with no hardcore, firstly, like there are lots of active vanilla realms right now where you could go level up with tons of people who are playing Classic Era and they're not doing hardcore. There are lots of very, very active servers, and the servers are clustered together, so even if you're on like a low pop server, you're still gonna see other players all the time. But yeah, if you really want a fresh start, then the season that we're gonna get probably in November or December will be the fresh start seasonal Classic Era. Now that being said, the season's gonna have some kind of change. You know, the season of Master, we got a 50% XP buff, so we'll probably see something similar to that in the new season. Tom, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you showing up to the stream. Monica, I have no idea how hardcore landed on RP servers. That part of it always confused me. And to the point where, like, to me, the rule of only killing a boss one time, to me, that's a roleplay rule, and not a hardcore rule. Because saying that a character can realistically only kill a boss once, that's roleplay. That's not hardcore. It's a video game. You can kill a boss as many times as you want. So that's what always confused me too. Like, why did the community choose to co-opt this server, a roleplay server, with lots of people who are probably level 60 in roleplaying? Why did they choose to co-opt this server and make it into a hardcore server? It, like, kind of baffles me. It kind of baffles me, and yeah, I always looked at the one boss kill rules like, oh, that's some kind of, like, obvious RP holdover. Because when it's just about hardcore rules, that rule doesn't really make sense. You know, people try to say it's to keep people from farming dungeons so that the world won't seem empty. But people aren't going to farm dungeons that much on hardcore because it's still going to be a big risk every time you do it. and it's not a super effective way to level up, like, unless you're doing the quest, you know. I'm sure it probably like pissed off some people in the community who are like big role players when all of a sudden their entire server was like crawling with hardcore players. And I imagine like if you're just someone trying to enjoy some roleplay, you either have to just ignore those people, like me, like ignore me, or you have to go do your roleplay somewhere else, which would probably suck. Yeah, I wouldn't want it on a PvP server. I think that, you know, we're gonna see it on just PvE rules when Blizzard does it. There were plenty of PvE servers that were probably like low population where they could have based the hardcore. Especially like I know there's lots of US East servers that are just like normal servers that have low to medium populations. So yeah, it's always been kind of weird to me. Though I haven't been interested enough to try to like do any digging on the internet and find out why. Because I know at some point it was probably just an arbitrary decision made by a couple of human beings. I mean, the thing about it is a lot of people don't even get to a level where you're going to be in like a PvP flagged zone. What's the first one you would get to? Is Hillsbrad? Hillsbrad's not PvP flag, is it? It is. I'd say PvP might be cool under the circumstance that you could group up with people, like as many people as you want. Like, yeah, if you could safely group up, like if I saw this person, I was like, oh crap, you know, I'm out here alone and we're flagged up, let me invite you to my group, we can be safe. Then I feel like that might be a cool experience. I don't know that I would want to partake in that experience, because I'm not a very good PvPer, so like if I had to fight another player, I'm just kind of a spaz, you know? People know how to do like all kinds of stuff to like make sure you can't hit them, and like I don't know how to do any of that shit. So, yeah. Red Ridge 2? That's weird. Yeah, I've never really PvP'd. I've probably done, in my life, I've probably done 20 or 30 battlegrounds in my entire life. And I've done exactly this many arena matches. Exactly that many. It's always an aspect of the game that has interested me, but like I said, I'm bad at it. I did more PvP in WildStar when that game existed than I ever did in World of Warcraft. I don't know why I thought it was fun. I think I was just as bad at it. I was on a warrior in WildStar, and I feel like I was just as bad at it, but the game kind of like got me into it like very naturally, and I just started doing it. Lael, I didn't hate Wildstar. I thought Wildstar was pretty cool. I liked the medic class. I thought the classes were like super unique for an MMO. I thought the setting was pretty unique. It was a little, the setting and characterizations were a little too comical for me, but I feel like they could have toned it back a bit and made it a bit more serious, and it might have appealed to more people. And yeah, Wildstar was one of those things, like, it seemed like a pretty damn solid MMO, especially after playing garbage like Aeon, and you know, there was the Warhammer game that should have been good before that wasn't good. So like Wildstar seemed like it was actually decent. It just died. I don't even know why it died. I just know that one day it was just dead. I always knew that an MMO was going to die when our guild went back to WoW. When we'd level up through a game, get to max level, and everyone was like, okay, cool. Hey, let's go back to WoW though. Yeah, it happened so many times. Warhammer Online, Star Wars The Old Republic, Aeon, Wildstar, we'd all move over, check out the new game. We'd get to max level, we'd do like this much endgame stuff, because sometimes there was only this much endgame stuff to do, and then we'd go back to WoW, and that's when I knew that that game was dead. Maybe I should learn how to PvP in like Wrath Classic or like in retail. Maybe I should learn how to PvP in like some version of the game that I don't currently enjoy playing a lot. I played a little bit of retail last night while my wife was playing her vanilla mage. And yeah, I was doing the 10.1 stuff on the shaman. I played for like an hour and was like, okay, time to be done. Yeah, and I think Layla, I think that's why a lot of the games died, was because instead of trying to build the game with its own community, they thought like they had to kill WoW, and they had to take all that player base or the game had failed. Instead of saying, hey, this is a game that, you know, 50,000 people, 100,000 people really like, we can keep 1 or 2 servers going and like we can let the game live because these people like it. They pay for it, it sustains itself. But yeah, I feel like every game was the expectation, like if it didn't kill World of Warcraft, it didn't make it, and so it had to die. Like, and now we know that's not the case, because now we got to a point where like we have ESO, we have Guild Wars 2, we have FF14. But you know, we lost some things like Wildstar, which were like, to me, Wildstar was super unique, and that could have been good, you know, had it had time to grow. Now garbage like Aeon, like I'm glad that stuff like just died. That's totally fine, but I feel like we lost a couple ones that could have been good along the way. Yeah, the idea that in order to make something good, you have to kill the thing that came before you is really like so confusing. It makes so little sense. It's like that's our lizard brain working. And I just don't know how that was like ever the thought process. Was Warhammer Age of Reckoning the first MMO they put out? I'm only familiar with the one that went out like in like the 2000s. It was like what, 2010, 2011? You know, me and my friend played the Warhammer Online game. That was another game that like there were things about that game that were super cool at the time. I remember the public events felt like really new and fresh. You'd like be in an area, there'd be a big public event going on. The open world PvP stuff, some of that was actually really fun, even from the perspective of like being a person that was never really into PvP. 2008, yep, that sounds right. Yeah, that was one of those ones that like, yeah, we could have lost that one because it didn't kill WoW, so someone decided that it couldn't live, it couldn't be supported, it couldn't grow. EverQuest is still around, but EverQuest kind of like gets revitalized because they actively try to keep the game alive, doing like fresh start servers and stuff like that. So that community has been around, and it's like, yeah, it's a solid community. Because it's like WoW's community. Like, WoW's never going to die because WoW is more like an EverQuest. WoW will always have a fan base of people that love it. the way that EverQuest got to a point where it was always going to have a fan base of people that love it, and that can then they get to pass that love out and show other people how to love the game. And WoW has that too. But when you're a game like WildStar or Warhammer and you're not around long enough, you don't grow that base of people that really, really love the game, that can sustain it over a long time, that can show other people how to love it too. And yeah, like EverQuest, WoW, some games, like, they had that. They were lucky they get to live. Yep, and you know, now because we had that era where people tried to crank out MMOs and it didn't work. And now no one can even publish an MMO now. Like they don't want to do it. Like big game companies know that the money's not worth it. And then we see, you know, these people with these little games that try to do startups and Kickstarters and GoFundMes and stuff like that. And then the game sits in development in alpha for 10 years and the public never gets to play the game. So, yeah. It kind of sucks. It's a bad time for MMOs. It's a good time for like open world RPGs and action RPGs. But it does feel like MMOs as a genre, it's for some reason, are something that people aren't interested in. I feel like part of what it is like MMOs used to be the place where you got like your open world RPG fix. They were it was like the original open world was World of Warcraft and things like EverQuest. So like that's where you got that vibe where you got to feel like you were in a big world, it was all connected and you were part of it. Now a lot of games give you that experience. You know, you can play a lot of open world RPGs these days and you get the same experience that like only an MMO really gave you in the past. And a lot of people don't care about the social aspects anymore. A lot of people aren't, you know, playing that kind of game to socialize, so... Pork Baby, as a decade-long League player, you can't wait for the Riot Runeterra MMO. Yeah, it's probably going to be really good. It'll probably be one of the last MMOs that we ever get to see come out. When it comes out in 6 years from now. If it comes out, it'll probably be really good. Absolutely. I don't play League of Legends. I've never played a single match, and I probably never will. But I did watch Arcane. And obviously, like, everyone watched Arcane, right? And so from what I saw of Arcane, yes, absolutely, I'm in for that world. Yeah. I'm in for that world in any timeline in that world, basically, because it seems really cool. It's obviously very fully realized. They have the history, they know the characters. It's going to be solid. Now, it's going to matter how they present the world to people, like, in the game. And I'm sure they'll make the MMO, like, a fresh start approach where, like, they're not going to expect you to know anything coming in. But yeah, I also don't think that's a game we're going to see for, like, the next 5 years, if we ever see it. You know, Riot's huge, but they could let it languish in development hell, and then maybe the game never gets made. It's like all these other MMOs that are never going to get finished. I'm hoping that, you know, one day there will be an awesome MMO that'll revitalize the genre, that'll bring new players into the genre. WoW doesn't do that anymore. Like, the amount of new WoW players is like a trickle. And new WoW players usually come off of recommendations or experience from, like, other WoW players. They usually just don't find the game completely on their own. Yeah, Lost Ark was okay. I played Lost Ark for a little bit. It was obviously going to be pay to win from, like, the very beginning, so, like, I never got super invested. But the gameplay was fun, and the graphics were nice. The classes seemed all really unique. I probably had more fun playing Lost Ark than I had playing Diablo 4. That's true. Do you guys think we'll ever see like Ashes of Creation or the Pantheon game that basically Co-Carnage is backing now? Those are like the only two that I know that have been in active development. But they both are in that situation where they've been in alpha for like 8 years. And they never seem like they want too much of the public to get their hands on any version of the game. And then Ashes of Creation, they were in Unreal 4, but then like last year they were like, nope, going to Unreal 5. Which to me like means almost an entire rebuild. You know, that's a game that's not ever coming out at that point anytime soon. Ashes of Creation hired a third EQ original dev, like one of the people who were on the original EQ team. The funny thing, it's Pantheon that's the one that looks like EQ. You'd think they would be hiring those guys. If you look at the recent like Pantheon build, like that game looks exactly like EverQuest, even down to like the shitty interface. And then like, yeah, so it's funny that the Ashes people hired the EQ devs. Operation High Jump, I'm not going to bite on that, obviously. Corey, that's progress, man. That's good. Thanks for being here. 6 is this. How long has Star Citizen been in alpha? A long-ass time, right? A very long time, but that's Bethesda, and they have like shit tons of capital. Like they can let a game languish in development hell for basically as long as they want. But when you're talking about like other companies and startups and people doing Kickstarters, like people are directly giving you this money in a Kickstarter, and that's how you made most of your money is from fan donations, and then the game is going to be locked up in development hell for 10 years. And some of the people who invest in the game are never going to get to play it. And it's totally different when a corporation is spending its own money to develop a game and it's stuck in development hell and never comes out. It's different when it's like a fan-funded project that then just still never comes out. Oh, okay, we're talking about Star Citizen. I know nothing about Star Citizen at all. Is that the game that like it's in pre-alpha but it's selling players like specific designs for spaceships and stuff? Like it's selling people cosmetic shit for a game that like is nowhere close to coming out? Is that Star Citizen? I hate that everything is Star something. Stellaris, Star Citizen, Starfield. Star Citizen is the one where they were selling players like of the pre-alpha like ships and cosmetics and shit for lots of money, right? Yeah. I do know about Star Citizen then. And yeah, no, that game's clearly never going to come out, obviously. It's made millions. Yeah, of course it has. And the thing is, as long as it's making millions by never releasing, there's no impetus to release it. Because once it releases and it's hot garbage, it's not going to be able to make millions of dollars for them anymore. So when you've netted a bunch of whales and like you're like, oh my god, we got all these whales, like you just kind of leave the net on them, you know. As soon as you pull them out, they start to go bad. You can buy starships in Star Citizen for thousands of dollars for a game that doesn't exist. Yeah, that's completely immoral, in my opinion. But people are apparently willing to spend the money, which is the strangest thing. And I guess I've maybe in my life I've never had enough money to like get to that kind of mindset. Maybe that's the big difference. Like, if you're someone making $800,000 a year or something, or you're retired, you just have a shit ton of dough in the bank, then yeah, maybe something like that. You just justify it because you don't care. It's just that's a different life. That is a different life. But yeah, I don't think that kind of shit is right, especially because, yeah, the game's probably never going to come out. And if the game does come out, it's probably going to be a mess. And it will probably collapse in on itself after a short period of time. And eventually it's going to be stuff like that that totally screws up crowdfunding for like other projects that are actually well-intentioned, well-led, well-managed projects. Yeah, Marlena, there are so many Star games in the works that, like, I can't keep track of all of them. Yeah, it's... Maybe at the time it was, like, conceived of, it was some super awesome thing, but... And I don't know enough about Star Citizen to really understand what the draws of it are. I'm assuming it's more MMO based and less, like, narrative open world RPG. That's kind of the only thing I would assume about it, knowing nothing. So Miles, it's really, really pretty. It's very realistic and very good graphics. You might not know a lot about the content because there might not be a lot of content. If they're just banking off the fact that it like looks really good, you know, we've had games like that before that have like supposedly looked really good, and then when people got their hands on them, they did not look like that at all. So, yeah. I wouldn't think that like some pretty graphics would be enough to sell somebody a $1,000 spaceship for a game that is not out and may never exist. It must look damn good. Yeah, I was just gonna say, Lael, but when you tell me that it looks so damn good, all I hear is that my computer is not going to run it how I would like it to. And I don't like feeling that way because I built my rig recently. So that turns me off when someone's like, oh, the game has super high fidelity, super realistic graphics. I'm like, yeah, that kind of just sounds annoying. I'd rather have something a little bit stylized that just looks really pretty as like an art style that like more computers can handle, because the more rigs that a game can be played on, the bigger the player base will be and the better the community will be. If it's a game that you have to have a $4,000 computer to run it reasonably, you're going to have a much smaller player base, and you're going to have a shittier game because of that. It's for the yeah, all the whales do have the 4090s, exactly, but that's not going to give you a community that lasts very long. That's going to make you some quick money, like in the short term, you know, and that's all people give a shit about for the most part. So they know what they're doing with the game, you know what I mean? They know they're in it for how much money they can make right now, and they don't need it to make money 10 years from now or 5 years from now or anything. They're going to make as much money as they can in the next 2 years. And they'll probably either release the game in a garbage state by then or abandon the project completely. You know? And then they'll disappear. They'll completely disappear. You have a 2060 and Veldraken is behaving like you have 10 FPS. Yeah. Yeah, I have a 3070, and if I go to Veldraken and I leave my graphics the way that I like them in the open world, if I take those graphics into Veldraken, I'm going to be getting like 45 FPS instead of like my locked in 60. And part of that is a WoW problem because the WoW engine is so effing old. That's part of the problem. And so what I like to see, you know how like when you go into a raid, it can automatically switch you to like raid graphic settings, in which you turn your particle effects down, you turn your shadows down a bit, just the things that the engine. I would love to see an in-city switch get flipped so that whenever I'm in Veldraken, it flips my graphic settings over to my raid settings so that I can just look at the world smoothly again. Because yeah, it sucks. You go into those bigger cities and it just bogs down no matter what you're running on. Maybe if you got a 4090 it wouldn't bog down, but I think it's just the way that Blizzard's engine is stacked up all the way. They've stacked it all the way from 2004. It's the same game engine. They've just stacked modules and shit on top of it to make it look different. And so with all that stacking, it gets slower. It's a shitty situation, especially in like modern retail. They want you to spend a lot of time in the city doing stuff and talking to NPCs and running over here and running over there and running over there. It's all so much more annoying when you're not getting the frame rate that you're getting in the rest of the world. It becomes so much more annoying to do anything in the city. And yeah, if they had a toggle like with the raid graphics so that when the game detected you were in a city, it could flip you over to those other graphical settings, I think that would help a lot of people. So like I said, I go in and I manually adjust mine down if I'm going to be in the city for any amount of time. I just turn my shadows down a bit, turn particle effects down, and that tends to help out quite a bit. The game has always hated rendering shadows from when they added shadows in Burning Crusade. Remember the big shadow update that happened in Burning Crusade? One day we really didn't have shadows and you were running the game fine. The next day we patched, you turned on the game and there were these shadows, and your computer was like, what? I remember that day. That was the day I turned that setting off for a while, yeah, until I had a better rig. Yeah, so they stack graphical modules like that up over time. But it's all there, all the way back to 2004. It's like a massive Jenga tower of wobbly graphics. I wish they had the ability just to remake. I want the game to look, I want retail to look just like it looks. I don't need them to change anything about how retail looks. I wish they could build a new engine, like from the ground up, that made it run well and look like it does. Because then we could all probably enjoy 60 FPS in Veldraken. You know, if they would just be on a new game engine that was built not in 2003. That would probably be really cool. But you know, that would cost time and money, and lots of it. And they couldn't really sell it to people. So there would be no like huge payoff. There'd be no huge payoff, you know. There's no payoff. It's just that the quality of the game gets so much better over time. Yeah, Taylor, I have a 3070 GPU, and then I have an AMD processor. I don't know what my processor is exactly. It's new and decent. But yeah, my graphics card is a 3070. Check your settings. Check what you're running at. I mean, yep, my CPU is just as new as my GPU. I just built this rig last year. And once I bump a couple settings down, Veldraken can run, but I keep everything pretty high when I'm out in the open world. The only thing I have turned down to like a lower thing is like ground clutter. I always keep it like 7 because I think ground clutter is super annoying and looks terrible in the game. But all the other graphics are maxed out, you know, and then I get to Veldraken and I'm at like 45 FPS. Sorry about that, guys. My wife has some WoW questions that I need to answer for her. Yeah, Ghost, I think everybody has problems in Veldraken, just like I think everybody has problems in big raids when all the spell effects start firing off and the game has to do so many calculations per second that it was never built to do. Like, Preach has a good video somewhere from a couple years ago where he, like, explained via rolling a bunch of dice, like, what the WoW game engine has to do every time a spell fires off in a raid. And, yeah, it was a really good explanation, and it really lets you see, like, how that lag happens. That has very little to do with the hardware you're on. It has a lot to do with how the game engine is built and how it just has to run calculations. That's why you go into a raid and all the spell effects go off and, like, suddenly your frame rate dips. Corey, like, wow, have you seen my keys? More like, what spec should I go with, that kind of thing. Mike, that's a good analogy, to keep applying new paint to a car with a blown-out engine. Something like that. Yeah, not quite a blown-out engine, but it's a 3-cylinder Geo Metro engine, and like around it they've built the Mercedes, you know. But it's still the Geo Metro 3-cylinder engine trying to get you where you need to go, and so you look badass, but you get on the expressway and you can't merge because you can't get that sucker past 50. It takes like 12 seconds to even get to 50 miles per hour, because what you really are riding is a Geo Metro. 3-cylinder with only 2 of them running, yeah. It's better for fuel economy, but it doesn't sound good. It doesn't get you where you want to be. How about WoW 2? What's that? Wait, what's WoW 2? No, we're not gonna ever see a WoW 2. We're not going to ever see a WoW 2. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I shouldn't have to be the one to tell you this. But if it's come to that, then I will. And that is, we're not ever going to see a World of Warcraft 2. We might see some things in the future that change the game, as the game has always changed. But I don't think we're ever going to see a WoW 2. Because I think if they were ever going to build another MMO, like, why not just build a new one? Why not just build one and then WoW gets to keep its player base, and you got a new MMO to pull some new people. So yeah, I don't think that Blizzard is ever gonna make another MMO, and I don't think that Activision would ever greenlight remaking World of Warcraft. As much as I'd like to see that happen, it just isn't realistic. It's not healthy to think too much or expect like completely unrealistic things to happen. It's never going to. We got a trinket. We got a level 35 trinket. Increase the time between the target's attacks by 5% for 15 seconds on a 5-minute cooldown. That's the trinketiest of trinkets that I've ever seen. We have to do it. It's an on-use. I mean, we're going to equip it because we don't have trinkets. I don't think I've ever gotten a trinket this early in the game. So every 5 minutes we can hit this, and it's going to increase the time between their attacks. So good against melee guys. Absolutely. Yeah, that's an item that I've never seen before. I'm definitely going to try to use it on cooldown whenever we're fighting guys that are hitting us in the face. And then we'll see. Yeah, it definitely is going to help, you know. It's gonna ultimately it'll be less hits that we're taking. So that's the goal. Take less hits. Oh yeah, it'll definitely help when fighting the Crush Ridge ogres, the elite ogres. Oh, he knows I'm gonna fight those ogres eventually, so he's just reminding me to use it then. Because yeah, I think eventually we are gonna kill those ogres, even though they're not the weaker ones that we fought before. But the fact that we were able to kill a level 37 elite at level 40 lets me know that we can probably kill a level 39 elite by level 42 if we take them on like one at a time. So yeah, and you know, even if we can kill them slowly, it's probably a lot of experience to kill an elite by ourselves. Like, I don't know what the XP is, but I felt like we killed that elite. It took about twice as long as a normal pull. So as long as the XP is like double what we would normally see from a normal enemy at that level, then it's probably worth it. Do elites have a better chance of like dropping rare stuff? Or just like they're sharing the same random loot table as every other mob in the game? I would definitely be more inclined to fight elites if they drop better loot. That would be cool. You know what I noticed? My combat text got changed. I had combat text clicked to show me fading auras, and I noticed now that when I judge, I'm not getting the fading aura warning, and I'm not getting it when Blessing of Might falls off. I wonder what resets my scrolling text. Let's have a look. Yeah, this was on. Reactive spells and abilities and fading auras. Yeah, somehow this got completely turned off. Let's set it to arc. There we go. Yeah, that should have been on the whole time, and I just noticed it. It's been off for a while, I think. Yeah, it definitely makes sense for an elite to have like a better loot table. You know, I just don't know if it's true to a point where maybe it could be worth it farming them or not. Alex, maybe it did it on like patch day. I feel like sometimes when they do updates, like some of my settings get changed. I've had my graphical settings reset. You know, I've like sometimes what'll happen is the most common one that gets reset is my render scale. I have it up to 200. It's really noticeable when it's at 100. It looks like garbage. So that's always like the first thing I notice when like I know they've reset something. But yeah, this time that didn't get reset. Just my combat text did. Yeah, I think it has something to do with updates sometimes when they do their maintenance. This is the Goblin Hill, right? Yeah. I still don't want to fight the goblins. Nope. Thomas, WoW Rookie says elite mobs give more XP and sometimes better loot than usual. That does help. I mean, that's kind of like a verification that yeah, sometimes they can drop better loot. Yeah, you know, I kind of want to fight those ogres, but either way, we're gonna find something else to do here once we ding. We could head down to Tanaris. I don't know what level the Waste Wander guys are down there. The humans. It's one of the first quests is to get the pouches off of them. The quest is like level 42 or 43. I don't remember the guys being level 43 though. I thought they were like level 41. I'm kind of getting to a point where it would be really nice to step into a new zone for a bit and have a little bit of a change of scenery. Tanaris sounds like a good juxtaposition to the jungles of Stranglethorn. Alex, I would say if there's a quest that like 100% PvP flags you, there's probably a troll out there that knows about it. So the thing you have to ask yourself is it trolling hour yet where you're at? A trolling hour for me is like after school hours and after work hours is like probably higher trolling. So that's kind of the question, like there could be a troll ready to just grief you. Or, you know, it could be totally fine. Are there any other players around of your faction? Is there any safety in numbers at this point? And yeah, it probably wouldn't matter because it'd probably be like a level 60 or something. If it was someone who was seriously out to grief, they'd probably just be level 60, right? Is that how they do it? It's a school holiday, right. It's a summer for a lot of people, yeah. So yeah, it could be that you could have griefers. I've still never seen a griefer. I've never been griefed. I've never felt like someone was trying to grief me. So I've had a really lucky experience. Jeremiah, you just had a group of 10 druids in bear form back-to-back killing mobs as they spawn in Onaran Plains. Those are probably bots, my man. That sounds like a pack of bots to me. Hey, we dinged 41. Awesome. So what do we do here with this point? We are going to... I think we go into improved red aura for the build that we have right now. It's either that or we could put more points into Seal of the Crusader. Thanks, guys. Texas, right now I mainly play Classic, but I also play Retail in my spare time sometimes, and I have been known to play Wrath occasionally. Jeremiah, I don't know if you can automate to that degree, but it seems so weird. Like I don't know what else. I don't know what else it could be besides like 10 bots. You know, it's probably not 10 real life buddies all playing Druid together at the same time. That's probably what it's not. Sometimes we just look at like the most likely solution is probably the solution. You know, and in this case, it seems like it's probably a pack of bots. And saying a pack of bots is just kind of fun, so I'm gonna go with that. Yeah, we'll go ret, improved ret aura. My wife can't sort her YouTube accounts out. Just blast the RL name out there, Amy. Appreciate that. It's okay. I don't have a big internet foot stamp, so good luck finding me. let's hearth back to Booty Bay. And after that, we get on a boat to Ratchet, and after that, we fly down to Gadgekstan, and we just see. We'll just go see. I want to see a new area, and that's going to be the easiest place to do it. Alternately, we can go over to Feralus. I think the quest in Feralus are the exact same level as the stuff in Tanaris. We have one Feralus flight point that gets us right to the start of the zone, but I don't have the one out on the island. Oh, the boat's here. I don't think we're going to make this boat. Unless the boat just pulled up in my peripheral vision and I didn't notice it, there's probably no way we make it. And we can't mount up here in Classic Era. Okay, let's see. It's going to be a close one. Is there anywhere I can, like, cling to the side if it starts to move? I don't think so. Oh, no. No. Oh, we made it! Shit! Okay. We got it. We got it. It's good to know there's not a lot out there, Monica. I appreciate that. That's kind of my hope, is that there's probably not a lot out there. Once we get on the flight point for Gadgekstan, I'm probably going to go refill my coffee and do some other biologically necessary things. But I will wait until we get on the flight point. We have to make the run in Feralus out to the island at some point, which can be a little bit dangerous because if we don't get off the road at the right time, there's like a horde camp right on the road. And, you know, it'd probably be pretty easy to run right through it and get killed by guards. So, yeah. Texas, yeah, I played vanilla back in 2004, yep. I started playing, like, right around when the news came out about Burning Crusade and stuff. Like, that we were eventually going to get Burning Crusade was the time that I really started playing. I tried WoW before that on a friend's account just to play around, but I didn't actually start playing a lot on my own, probably till closer to 2005. Would be when I started to really level the characters that would stick with my account for the rest of time. How long have we been at it? Oh yeah, we've been at it for 2.5 hours. Absolutely. Yeah, I used to think there was no way I could sit and play the game for more than like an hour and a half, 2 hours, but streaming has helped me enjoy being at the PC longer than I thought I could. But yeah, what I'm going to do, guys, I'm going to jump on this flight. I am going to go AFK for a moment here, get some coffee, and then I'll be back. I might be gone a little bit longer than the flight, so I appreciate you guys hanging out, and if you gotta go, I appreciate you being here, and we'll see you next time. Alright, I'm gonna grab this quest, because we might end up working on it a little bit depending on the level of these guys. Yeah, see, Wastewander Justice is 43.
Hey, how you doing?
We'll grab that one,
Keep it real.
and we will grab the
Minus money,
Water
friend.
Pouch Bounty.
Right back.
And I'm gonna head over this way, and we'll just see what level these guys are, and maybe we want to do some grinding on them for a little bit of a change of pace. Jake, what version of the game? They're pretty viable in any version for like leveling alone. What you'll find is like older versions of the Paladin are going to have like a much slower kill rate, so you might be killing things a little bit more slowly than other classes, but you're going to be more survivable. Wow, these guys can drop plate. That's awesome. Monica, we have no cats. I'm pretty allergic to cats, and I've never really liked cats very much because of that. Yeah, I grew up in a house that always had cats. My mom liked to keep cats, even though both my father and I were pretty allergic to them. We always had cats growing up, and they made my life miserable, like just physically miserable, because, you know, they liked me. Cats always like me when they meet me, but I'm, like, pretty allergic. So I just grew up in a situation where I came to resent cats, because in my mind they were making me unnecessarily physically miserable every day of my life. So, yeah, we don't have any cats. If I had like a really big house with some land, I'd love to have like an outdoor cat, but I don't think I'd ever want it in my house. Yeah, Jake, in vanilla, it's what you see. You know, the kill rate's kind of slow, but you have a lot of survivability. And on the Paladin, you don't have as many buttons to push as some other classes, and some people like that. Some people like, you know, relying more on like your auto attack and stuff. Other people can get bored by not having a lot of buttons to push. I'd say if you like this style of combat, being close up, but you'd like to do more with like more button pushing, probably check out like a warrior. The side effect of that is, of course, like you're not going to have the heal buttons that a Paladin has. Mike, some tips for starting on the hardcore trend. I would tell people that if you have not played Classic Era, that you probably should not go off and engage in hardcore right away. If you're not a Classic Era player and you haven't really played any Classic Era WoW in your life, then I would be hard pressed to recommend you take on the challenge right away. I'd say you want to go on a normal server first and just level a character up for a while, see if you even enjoy playing the game, and get your legs under you with it a little bit. And yeah, but if you are a WoW player and you're familiar with WoW and you want to do the challenge, my advice would be to go slow. Go slow, try to get to a point in your leveling where you're fighting mostly green enemies. If you're ever having a problem with enemies you are fighting, go find some green enemies to fight instead. Go slow, don't be stubborn. Don't go into caves. People will tell you don't go into caves. I go into caves quite frequently. Johnny, you had outdoor cats, but the two kids would sneak them in at night, so now they're indoor cats. The wife made the command decision. Yeah, I can see how that would happen. Because ultimately, like, even a cat probably, like, should come in sometimes. But, like, once they start coming inside, they're never going to stop coming inside. And then you have an indoor cat that you know, it has to have a litter box. Now it's got to poop and pee in the litter box. Now you got to change the litter box all the time. Okay, these guys run early, and they run quickly. Noted. Getting myself into like a good posture while the dog is asleep in my lap is not as easy as you might think, because he just keeps getting bigger and bigger. And I remain the same size. Virtual Echo, thank you for being here, man. I'm going to put the trinket down here on my actual action bar because I think that's the only way that I'm going to remember to use it, and I would very much like to be using it on cooldown. So let's see if putting it right there helps. Johnny Hoover, I have heard words very, very similar to that. Mm-hmm. Yep, I know exactly what you mean. Virtual Echo never used that argument, man. Oh no, brother. Don't ever use that argument. Mm-mm. No. that's not the way to go. And he was never heard from again. Yeah, exactly. Right. But virtual, when it comes to that, there is only one side, and that side is her side. That's the only part you're missing. That's absolutely the truth, though. when it comes to like creating children, there is no equality in that, or like two different sides to it. There is what the female does, and that's the thing that has to be done, and that's the most challenging thing probably that anybody ever has to do. And it's not a thing that's just over, remember? It goes on for a long time. So yeah, sometimes you have to learn when you can't argue anymore. I'm bad at it. I probably argue points that I should let go much quicker than I do. I'm a stubborn person. That was a pretty big crit. What was that? Was that a white crit and a judgment crit hitting back to back? That's what it looked like. That was huge. Oh, my wife hasn't just entered the chat. She's been in the chat. She's in the room with me, actually playing WoW right now. The kid's doing all the chores and taking care of himself. So yeah, we're both down here playing WoW. Yeah, if you see me look over my shoulder and talk, I'm not that crazy. I am talking to my wife at that point. Tom, she's getting her classic era legs under her, and eventually I want to do like an immersive hardcore run, like a recorded hardcore run. It's not really viable with our life for both of us to be streaming at the same time. I mean, she has an awesome job that she loves that she has to do. Usually during the times that I'm streaming, with some days being the exception. But yeah, I think we want to do like a recorded hardcore run, and I think that would be a lot of fun. And it would get hardcore immersive runs back onto the channel, which I know some people miss. Alex, right now she's on a mage. Well, right now she's playing retail. Right now she's doing retail and she's on a rogue. But in classic, when she's playing classic and not retail, she's on a mage. But yeah, I guess right now she is in fact checking out retail, which I support. I support people checking out all versions of the game. But for classic era, she's on a mage. Now don't harp. Every version of WoW is good for the people that enjoy it. That's the great thing, that we live in a great time where there are so many different flavors of WoW, and they're all good for the people that want to engage with them. Yeah, and it's like I wanted her to see retail too, because I want her, and I would want all players to have the comparison. I feel like you should play, like you should check out all the versions of the game. If you play a version of WoW and you think, hey, I kind of like this, then I think you should check out all versions of the game and kind of compare and contrast them. I think it's a really good experience to have. Just so you can kind of see, like, you know, because ultimately you're gonna find the version that you love. And I don't really care what version of WoW people come to love, as long as they find a version and they love it. That's my goal, is to introduce people to the game and like hope that they find a version that really resonates with them. Because the more people playing WoW, the better. Yeah, Jake, I think a lot of people can get, you know, disenfranchised to like the endgame grind. You get to a point where you feel like none of your efforts really are worth anything. Like I feel that way about endgame in retail. I don't see myself ever really engaging with endgame unless I just have an awesome guild, an awesome static group of people to run stuff with. Because I see no reason to farm gear outside of having like a group of people that you're running content with to like help the group do better. So yeah, I've never engaged much as a solo player. I find very little to engage with in endgame of really any version of the game. So for me, for a long time, it's always been about the journey. And like, we've done some endgame stuff in Wrath, we've done some raids, done a bunch of heroics. I haven't engaged with retail endgame in a long time. And if I ever engage with retail endgame, I have now learned that it's not going to be 5-mans, because I'll never be a mythic player, and I'll never enjoy playing at that pace. So it would have to be raids or PvP, with PvP being very less likely since I've literally never really PvP'd in my life. There's not a big likelihood that I would really get into endgame PvP in retail. I would be willing to try it, but it's just not very likely that that's what gets me stuck into endgame. Although it would probably be more enjoyable than like grinding World Quest, which I kind of hate the whole loop of flying around doing World Quest. Yep. That's what it is. So yeah, in that regard, queuing up for battlegrounds and stuff, or even like, there are solo queue arenas now, right, where you can solo queue for arena matches? I've never done an arena match, so like I would just be tanking the people who got grouped with me. I would be tanking their rating, like automatically as soon as you're in the group with me, your rating is gonna go down. I'd love to get a heal here. Let's pop a mana potion. Let's do a big heal, and then we'll be in a good spot. The other thing to keep in mind is that these thieves, they can disarm us, and that is very, very bad. Yeah, I do think that to have like a satisfying endgame experience, probably in any version of the game, you have to be in a guild. Or you have to have a group of people that you play with all the time that you enjoy playing with. There just isn't like a big allure. They do in retail, they put a lot of stuff in the game that you can do solo. But none of it really feels the same when you're not doing any group content. For me, like, getting more gear and like making my character more powerful was like twofold. I liked getting the gear, but I liked that it helped the group progress and do more content. So when there's no group, when I don't have a static, then I am like only half as compelled to even play, because I don't really care about getting the gear for myself. So that I can beat World Quest faster. Like, I never understood it. Like, what's the point? So I can get some badass gear and I can kill guys in the world a little bit faster. That's fine. But if I'm not taking that gear into challenging content and I'm not helping a group progress, then I really feel like I am wasting my time. After I've seen like all the story and stuff that there is to see, you know? I feel like I'd be fine pugging a raid once to see the raid, you know, to see the raid play out. Especially because they put a lot of the cinematics in the raids. But I don't think as a solo player I would ever feel compelled to get a pug every single week, to run the raid every single week. I don't think I would ever do that. Similar to Wrath of the Lich King, you know, we ran Nax a couple times with pugs. I did one Ulduar run with a pug, and I was content just to have seen the content. And I just did not feel compelled to try to grind the gear up. It didn't matter to me. Nord, what microphone do I use? This is the Yeti X. It's a cardioid USB mic. And yeah, it's really good. It's really good, and it's not super expensive. For a little while, I used a Shure SM7B. And that was mainly when I was doing my recorded stuff, and I found that the sound quality was basically the same the way that I do things. And also the sound settings were much harder to calibrate and dial in on the Shure because you're dealing with like an audio gate and a couple other things along the way that you also have to adjust. So for me, like the simple USB mic that the Yeti X offers is the way to go. It makes everything so much easier, and it sounds as good for the way that I use the mic. Sealdeck, thank you for being here, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, you know, guys, you'll have to wait for Ice Crown for the looking for dungeon tool. And you know, the reason they can justify that is that technically we didn't get LFD until the Ice Crown patch anyway, which does suck. My Wrath experience would have been so much better had we had the looking for dungeon tool from day one. I would probably be playing more of the game right now if they had given us LFD. But yeah, technically we didn't get it till the Ice Crown patch, and that's when they're probably going to give it to us this time around. I don't. They haven't said, Mike, but that's when it came out, right? That's when we got it originally in the game. We got it in the Ice Crown patch. When they put out the new dungeons, the Soul of Forge, and the Forge of Souls, the Soul of Forges. I can't remember the other ones. But yeah, so that's probably what they'll do again. I can't see them not giving it to players. I think that would be the last straw for a lot of people, is if like they waited this long and then we didn't even get it when we got it in the real game. They gave us the WoW token but never put LFD into any version of Wrath. I think that would be like the line in the sand they would cross for most players of Wrath, and they'd probably lose a lot of people. Pit of Saron, Halls of Reflection. Yeah. Okay, for some reason I only know the Forge of Souls. And the only reason I remember that is because they cut to the Forge of Souls in one of the stupid Shadowlands cutscenes in like 9.2. I remember those were the ones where you could get epic items out of 5-mans for the first time, which really pissed some people off back in the day, but I thought was cool. I can't remember if every boss dropped epics or if it was just the last bosses of those 5 mens. It might have been each boss. It could have been. I really can't remember. And then, when was it that they put the troll dungeons in that were raids, but they put them in as 5-mans? When did that happen? Was that Cataclysm? Zul'Gurub? Yeah, there were the troll raid that they turned into a 5-man. That one, I just can't remember if that was Cataclysm that happened. Or if it was Wrath that happened. It was Kata, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense, I guess. I'm like, what patch would that have fit into? It wouldn't have. Right on. I kind of enjoyed that one as a 5-man. That was fun. Zul'Gurub and Zulaman. Yeah, that's what it was. Yeah, you know, Cataclysm was an okay time. I don't know. I'm not excited to see Cataclysm again, but it was an okay time. Yeah, the trolls like stairs, you know. They don't skip leg day because every day is leg day. Yeah, I feel like all the dungeons were pretty fun. I have lots of memories of the dungeons being fun, even after they nerfed them, you know, because there was that first week where the heroic dungeons were actually really hard, and you were using like 3 CCs to clear groups, and I had so much fun with that. But even after they nerfed them, I feel like they were fun. And I feel like the leveling zones from, you know, from 70 to 80 were fun. Yeah, my guild really loved the dungeons in the way they released. They were so challenging and they felt so rewarding. To have to use our CCs again, we thought, look, Blizzard learned. They made the heroics hard again. We have to use all of our spells in CC again. And then Blizzard was like, nah, that was a mistake. They were overtuned. Here, we made them really easy. It's like, okay, dear lord, can we have a switch we can flip to put them back? I'm hoping that they learn that lesson. That's like the only hopeful thing about, like, if they do make like Cataclysm Reforged. I won't call it Cataclysm Classic. If they do like a Cataclysm Reforged with what they did with the Titan Rune 5-mans and Wrath, it gives me hope that like we will see challenging 5-man content in versions of Classic WoW that aren't Mythics. Because I love 5-man content that's hard. I fucking hate Mythics. Because I hate anything that's a time trial. I hate anything that compels people to skip pulls. And so Mythics to me are a toxic cesspit. But I kind of like the Titan Rune stuff and how it's harder, but you're not compelled just to go faster. You actually have to, and oftentimes you have to go slower. And that's the kind of 5-man content that I like to see. So yeah, I feel like if they did Kata, you know, we probably wouldn't get the super hard heroics right at launch, but there's a precedent now for them like putting in harder 5-man content as the expansion progresses, which I think is cool. Is it enough to get me to like super invest in the game and like play it a lot? I don't know, maybe not, but it's cool anyway. Yeah, the speedrunning culture is just terrible. It's terrible for WoW. It's terrible for players, because players trying to get into Mythics, you just have this huge expectation that you're gonna be able to play and thrive in that kind of environment, and you're looking at people on the internet who have much more practice than you, much more time, and maybe even more skill, and you're a player trying to emulate those players. And I think people drive themselves crazy. I think people drive themselves crazy trying to play the game like they're doing Mythic 20 keys all the time, you know? I did some regular 5-mans where the people were pulling and playing like they were trying to clear a Mythic 20. That we were skipping 3 packs to pull 40 guys together to fight them all at once. And it was disgusting. And it was a terrible experience. And yeah, I feel like the Mythic scene is not really what I would have wanted for World of Warcraft. Unfortunately, you know, it's probably never going to change. I'd love it if just the time trial aspect of it was removed, and I'm hard-pressed to understand why it can't be or wouldn't be. I'm hard-pressed to understand why it needs to be any kind of time trial whatsoever. Why the affixes just can't be super hard and annoying. And that would be more my jam. Like, I'm fine with it being really hard and punishing. I just don't want to feel like we have to clear the dungeon in 7 minutes. That's the only bad part. I'm being like hardcore distracted by my puppy right now. He's not sure if he wants to go back to sleep for a bit or if he wants to maybe get down from my lap. And now he's meowing at us. Yeah, that's what he does. He likes to give a healthy meow when he yawns. Yeah, the dog is Goomba. He is our Jack Russell Terrier. Maybe some Rat Terrier in there too, because he's got really, really pointy ears. So I feel like it's not just Jack Russell. I feel like there's some Rat Terrier, but he's great. He's great when he's not up to trouble, which is some of the time. Yeah, eventually he's going to be twice the size he is now, and then when he's standing up like this, he's actually going to be like right up here. So eventually, him sitting in the lap, he will probably dominate most of the camera. He's got about 7 more pounds to grow, and then he'll be right where he needs to be. I do realize that we are done with this quest. I'm just grinding here because aside from turning these in, I don't really know what else we want to do right now. What we could do, we could take some time to run through Feralis, and we could get over to the Alliance Island. We'll call it Alliance Island. Ooh, this is going to be a bad situation for us to be in. Oh, and he sapped us right away. We're gonna run from this one just to be like super safe. We could probably take her with the mana potion. I'd rather not use the mana potion right now. I'd rather pop a bubble instead. Looks like we got a leather working pattern. Yep. Alright, let's go turn these in. I think I do want to try the run through Feralis today. Because I'm pretty sure that there are some low-level quests over there. Not low-level, but you know, the same level as the ones we just did. I think there are a couple of easy ones out on, is it called Silverwing Island? Whatever the Alliance Island is out there. AV, welcome to the stream, man. Thank you for being here. Johnny, I'm not sure what change was made. Maybe I haven't noticed it yet. It's also possible that I haven't updated Questie today. I try to turn on CurseForge every day, but sometimes I don't. Now that my dog is not in my lap, I can fix my posture a bit.
Talk to me! Glad I can help! Be good!
What can I do for you? Keep your feet on the ground.
Alright, 3-minute flight until we land in Feralis. If anybody needs water or coffee or anything like that, this would be a great time. Jason, are you talking about the hero show that was on NBC? Like back in the 2000s-ish, 2010? That was an okay show for like one season. Yeah. It had a good first season. The second season started off okay, and then the writer's strike happened. And then that show died. It died horribly. And they did lots of stupid things with the story on the way out. Mitosh100, thank you for being here. I appreciate you hanging out. Yep, one really good season, and then like it was a couple episodes into the season 2 that the writer's strike happened, and then when they picked back up after that, everything was awful. Yeah, it died horribly. Yeah, absolutely. And that's like one of the examples of why I don't get into TV stories anymore, and I'm even hard pressed to get into like big movie stories. Like the MCU is hard for me to follow because it's too big. Things in those movies change based on like the political landscape, based on what actors say or don't say on social media. Like all these story choices get made not to tell a story but to accommodate real life shit happening. And when you're trying to tell a fictional story that has to accommodate a bunch of real life shit happening, especially when you have to worry about like your actors and what they say on social media these days, the stories never get to go anywhere. The stories get changed, they get altered, they get cut short, they get canceled. And I just can't invest in it. Like we tried watching Mandalorian season 3 after it went in a totally wonky direction from where you thought it was going to go at the end of season 2. We still tried to watch it. You know, it turns out the dude's leaving the franchise already, so that's a dead show. And yeah, and then we tried to watch what was the zombie one on HBO? You know, the other video game thing. Last of Us. And I thought to myself, why don't I just play the remaster of Last of Us 1? It's probably going to be better than this, and I'm not going to have to worry about strange plot decisions and being made based on what happens in real life. So yeah, I can't really get into like TV shows and stuff anymore. Any plans to do a dungeon anytime soon? No, probably not. I thought about doing SM. I keep thinking about doing SM Armory for some weapons and stuff, but I don't know if I'm going to. Obi-Wan was so horrible. It was such a disgrace. I blacked out Obi-Wan from my brain because, oh god. What a nightmare. What a fucking nightmare. Yeah, all the stuff with The Witcher. You know, The Witcher first season was okay. The Witcher second season obviously showed us that they were going to kind of do their own thing with the story. They were going to take parts of the books and parts of the games, and they were going to do their own thing with the story, and that was okay. But then all the stuff with Henry Cavill happened, where he thought he was going to go do Superman, then Superman didn't want him, and then they did that Witcher spin-off show that people hated because it was awful, and it's like, yeah, there you go, there's another IP ruined. And so I just have stopped. I've stopped getting into TV shows. There are probably a couple that I will still watch to completion. Like, I'm eventually going to get caught up and I'm going to finish The Walking Dead, because I feel like The Walking Dead got to tell its stories mostly the way it wanted to. Yeah, I think it mostly got to, you know, obviously actors say, you know what, I can't do this show anymore, it's been 12 years, I'm out, you know, they have to write around that. So I'll probably finish The Walking Dead. I'll probably stick it out for any Game of Thrones they do. And then I'm probably not going to be getting into any new TV shows. So I just can't. Especially when it comes to like having only a certain amount of time, you know. I don't like the situation that we're in right now. I think I went a bad way. We need to reassess here before I jump us off a cliff. Yeah, like we can jump down there and swim. I'd rather not do it from so high up, but like, is there not a safer way for Alliance to get where they're going? There's no safe path. It's kind of bullshit. Like, that looks like a slide down that could be okay, but that could also kill us if we do it wrong. Where does this go? I don't even have a map revealed to show me like where this lets out. Let's do this slowly. I'll have my finger on bubble if we feel like we're gonna take a shit ton of fall damage here. Okay, that was okay. For the record, I don't like what we're doing right now. For the record, I don't like this. I don't see anything super aggressive underwater, so I guess we're probably okay. I don't like being this close to what I think is the Horde camp. I think they're right above us, basically. They could send a bunch of NPCs diving after us at any moment. I wouldn't be shocked. Jordan, I get that question sometimes. My favorite class, I always say, is the one that's currently keeping me alive. So far, this is our highest level character. So right now, I mean, for me, the Paladin is the way to go. We've gotten every other class killed at least once. So, yep. So I've had experience on every class in hardcore. The average level we would get them to would be close to level 20, was like the average level. Some of them got to 25, 26, 27. Some of them died as early as level 7, level 11. But yeah, so far the Paladin has been the best because it has so many get out of jail free buttons that you can press just to negate all damage. Like all damage stops for a certain amount of time. Seems to be like the way to get out of most problems. Let's take a look where. I'd like to get to the road. Yes, there is a road up here, up the hill. I think we're far enough away from the horde camp that we should be okay to get back on the road now. What I would love is a map reveal, but I think we have to discover... Oh, there we go. Nope, that did not discover this area. I think we have to discover the horde camp in order to reveal the map. Ryan, we got some wind in the evening. Yeah, we had enough wind to take out the power of across the street from me. Like, across the street lost power. My side of the street did not. But we heard the thrumming of the transformer in the distance when the wind kicked up and then they lost power. So, yeah, luckily we ended up being fine. I think we lost internet for a split second. For a split second we didn't seem to have any Wi-Fi, but by the time I got down to check my computer, I was still connected to the hardline, so... And the wind wasn't really that bad. It was like 40-mile-per-hour gust. It just took out those people's power, like, right away. They didn't have a chance. Ryan, I know exactly where that is, yeah. Yep. When I go to the gym right now, I go to the gym right there, so... It's a little close to home. I don't go to the gym right now, but when I do, that's the gym I go to. Yep, suffice to say, I am familiar with the area. Mm-hmm. Right, I know where that is too. And I can't say much more because then it would probably get very easy to exactly pinpoint me. Which then of course means that someone's going to nuke me from orbit, so... I don't want to give anybody the geo coordinates. We could be real Michiganders, we can complain about the construction on Baldwin. Right, exactly, Miles. Exactly. And yeah, the construction doesn't end. That is a fact of life all across Michigan, is that once the construction starts, it doesn't end. Inventory's full. Okay, we could stop playing with the bears, we can get on the road, we can get going. Was the wolf bugged? I leashed him, so like I don't know what he did after I leashed him. But I was intentionally just trying to get him to leash because I didn't really want to fight 2 level 42 guys. I did turn Red Aura off, that probably helped him eventually leash. I think that he stayed on us so long because because of red aura initially. Otherwise, he might have fallen off of us a little bit sooner. Alright, but yeah, I do need to stick to the plan here. And the plan is to go get the flight point and check out these quests. Yeah, I mean, we spent 8 years living in Missouri, in Kansas City, and the roads there were always nice. And they would do construction on a road to repave it when I thought, like, man, this is actually already a good road, and these dudes are going to redo it. They're going to make it even better. And so they would do their construction, and they would finish it, and then the construction would be done. And because most of the roads were nice around the KC area, like, they didn't have to do a lot of construction. But yeah, sometimes I saw them repair roads that, like, in Michigan would be thought of as a good road. Like, oh, it only has a half a dozen potholes per city block? Okay, great. Red Robin, that's what it's like in Michigan. Yeah, they start construction and then it feels like it goes on forever. And if it lasts into the cold season, like they have to finish it by winter basically. So there is like a hard stop in Michigan, like when construction has to basically be done. When all they can do after that point is like asphalt patch stuff, which is a terrible way to patch a road. It doesn't fix it for long, and it usually makes the road worse when you're like shoving asphalt into the potholes. But that's what they like to do in Michigan. In the winter, they shove asphalt into the potholes. By spring, those have been ripped out of the ground, and now the roads are littered by craters that will swallow your wheel. And then they close those roads down until the next winter in an attempt to repair them. And in the meantime, you're using roads that are now getting worse because of the increased traffic on those roads, is now tearing those roads up as well, and the cycle continues. And the biggest problem of it all is that we salt our roads when it snows. We salt our roads when it snows, and the salt destroys the roads. And in Missouri, they don't salt when it snows. And they have hills. What they do instead is in the areas where there are hills, if there's like an ice storm, businesses will close. Because it's not safe to drive on the hills in ice. And so yeah, they don't salt their roads so the roads stay in good shape. Yeah, Brock, I think Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana, and part of Illinois, like, we're all basically kind of the same in the way that the states, like, do their thing, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, it all feels kind of the same. Ryan, I watched somebody do a left-hand turn, hit one of those potholes, blow their tire out, spin through traffic, and end up on the curb. Yeah, it was terrifying. I never catch this boat. We almost caught the boat. I never have caught this boat. I've always just done the swim. And we're doing the swim this time too, it turns out. Tim, welcome to the stream, man. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we're making progress, slowly but surely. The boat saw me and was like, yeah, we're not waiting. There was nobody on the boat that could have waited, you know. That's the first time I've ever seen it at the dock. Brock, they used beet juice? I don't know about that. I want to talk to the scientist that came up with that one. It looked like there was just blood and gore spread all over the road and stuff. That sounds pretty gruesome. Yeah, but did it work? Right. Did it actually work? Ryan, that's true, and it's kind of random when you think about, like, the probability of that being the case is, like, very, very small. He can swim in plate armor while carrying a two-handed mace. Yeah. Yeah, that's why humans are so buff. This is where they get their training, is they just put on heavy armor, then they go swim for hours. The assault works much better, and it was awful. It sounds terrible. Amir, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate that. Alright, what do we want to do? Do we want to actually do any of these quests right now? That's the question. We could probably do the Naga, explore the ruins of Solarsai, and investigate the presence of Naga there. We could probably do that one. The very first thing I should do, though, is I should grab the flight point. I also have to consider whether or not I want to leave the Hearthstone in Booty Bay. The cool thing about it being in Booty Bay is that it gives us access to the Eastern Kingdoms really easily, and we have a boat that takes us right to Kalimdor. So I kind of like Booty Bay as a Hearthstone location. I don't think I want to change it. What I want to do is buy some more water. We have 30, the magic number is 100, and we need to empty out our inventory.
Greetings.
Apparently at some point we picked up a male piece with 11 agility and 11 strength. I think maybe I take the strength and agility and I give up the stamina? How much health are we going to lose? 11 stamina down the toilet. We have 1600 HP right now. What happens if I do this? We lose like 100. But we gain all that strength. I feel like that's worth it, right? I feel like taking the strength is probably going to be okay here. Yeah, I think I like that. That's a lot of strength for a helmet to have. Alright, that should be okay. Do I still need this? I don't need these, do I? These are extra, right? I'm gonna sell them. If we have to farm more up later, it's not really a big deal. Okay, perfect. Let's see. Let's grab the flight point, and then we will take a look at the quest over here. Amir, it's good to hear that the YouTube recommendations are doing its thing. I often wonder if it shows people the streams, so that's really heartening that you were able to discover the channel. That's awesome.
Hello.
Missing courier. An associate of mine, Ginro Hearthkindle, is looking for assistance concerning the location of a courier and the parcels he was carrying. It has been a week or so since the courier went missing. Our own search has proved fruitless, and we're at an impasse. An impasse? I think impasse is spelled without the E. I'm not 100% sure. Unfortunately, I have had to declare the courier as missing in action. If you have the time and resources to spare, please speak with Ginro. He should be here in the stronghold.
Farewell.
Okay. And Chandris. That's right, Chandris is here. That's awesome. To our south are the ruins of Solarsal. Solarsal? This is an area that far predates modern times. We explored the ruins initially and found nothing of note. As such, we left it in peace. Very recently, the Hate Crest Naga have occupied these ruins in an alarming number. At first, we considered it as the precursor for an attack. Though that threat is still possible, we believe there might be something else going on. Go there, explore the ruins, and look for anything that stands out.
Be careful.
Okay. That's a little bit vague. Let's do this one first. I don't think the courier stuff happens over here. I think the courier stuff happens across the water. So let's go down here and see if we can find out what's going on down in the ruins. It is spelled correctly, Tweety Bird? Yeah, that's weird. I would have always thought that there would not be an E at the end of impasse. That is not what I would have done. Spell check probably would have grabbed me, though. Spell check would have grabbed me, and I never probably would have noticed the auto-correction. That's the first time we've been dismounted. I don't think we've been dismounted at all until that. That's the first one. Ah, chase. Yep, I didn't get the waters. I often do that. My brain does this weird thing sometimes where, like, if I say out loud that I'm about to do something, my brain checks the box that says, "That's already done. Good job, buddy, you did it." But oftentimes I don't actually do it. But yeah, it's something that happens if I say, "I'm going to do this," and then my brain says, "Cool, that's taken care of, don't worry about that anymore." But then I don't actually do it. Ryan, you're surprised I'm doing content so close to level? Yeah, ideally, like, on any other class, I probably would not be wanting to do this. But I've done this quest a handful of times. And right now, I'm probably feeling too confident in the Paladin, that's true. But we've been doing really well on the Pally at fighting at level enemies. Our kill rate is really slow anyway, so for me, it's better to carefully fight at level guys because we're getting more experience. I still have to blow the same amount of mana to fight a green, so I'd rather fight a yellow and just get more XP out of it. That being said, the fact that these guys run, I wasn't really counting on that because they're Naga. I thought they would be a little bit more brave, a little bit more willing to fight to the death, so seeing this guy run all over the place was not very heartening, but we'll need to be a little bit more careful with that. But yeah, I don't really worry too much right now because we do have a lot of buttons we can press if we do get into trouble. As long as I have like a line of retreat into the woods, then we'll probably be okay. We need to find out how much the casters hurt. This is information that we have to know. I say I don't trust my judgment. It misses like 40% of the time. It misses, so you can't trust my judgment. That is true. So that's it for this part of it. We get sent back. I just don't remember what we get sent back to do, if it's a kill quest or if we have to explore the other island. I know eventually we get sent down here. And that one we go into a cave, and we're not going to be doing that now. We might never do that one. I remember the cave being like full of hyper spawns basically, and this was back when we weren't doing hardcore. This was like a regular server. So, yeah. Clint, the Night Elf Run episode 3 is not in the playlist. Thank you, man. I will take a look at that. That is weird, but definitely sounds like something that I would do.
Hello.
It would seem that even if the Naga there were not planning an attack, their continued presence bodes ill for our push into Fairless. At any rate, here is compensation. Yeah, let's see. Report to Leatrix. Oh, so talk to the guy right here.
Watch over you.
I am listening.
The best course of action at this point is to assume that regardless of what the Naga are up to, they will eventually move to secure the island for their own. We need to take aggressive steps to counter that threat before it is too late. Bring me 10 Hate Crest scales that are in good condition. It should be obvious to you how to acquire them. Oh, it's obvious.
Goodbye.
We gotta kill him. Ryan, I'm not sure. I played a little bit of retail last night in my downtime. I jumped on my shaman for a bit, and I just did some of the story stuff I have left to do in Zeralet. I got to the point where the mouse people got their town burned, so that made me happy. Because I hate them, and I hate their inclusion in the game. So I'm glad to be done with that stuff. And I don't plan on farming those world quests or anything, but I might check things out in 10.1.5. I know that they're making lots of cool changes. They're always adding stuff to the game, and I'm trying to stay engaged with it a little bit, but I have to pick my battles with retail because there are entire parts of retail that I can't engage with. Like, I learned recently that I can't do 5-mans in retail, so that's just something that I have to live with. I can't do 5-mans in retail. The way people do 5-mans is not for me. But there are probably other parts of the game that I could enjoy. I'm always gonna come back and check out retail WoW. There's probably never gonna be a time when I'm like 100% done. If I came back after Shadowlands, listen, even after Korthia happened, I came back and played 9.2, and I enjoyed 9.2 for what it was. I thought 9.2 was a very nice zone. I thought some of like the world stuff they put in was pretty good for solo players. And yeah, if I came back for 9.2, I'll probably come back for every patch just to kind of check it out. You know, one day I might find a way to play the game that I really, really love. Do I mean the go mentality? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the Mythic plus 20 keys mentality. Of every person in the game trying to act like they're a professional gamer and trying to pull 40 mobs while going as fast as possible. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, let's see. I think we're done here for now, guys. I really... Do we want to do this Naga scale quest? We could maybe do that. It'd be fighting the same guys we were just fighting. I don't really mind. Wow, this person invited me to a group. They're trying to get me kicked out of the hardcore challenge. Crazy. Crazy, just randomly inviting me to a group like that? That's rude. Super rude. Ryan, as a solo player, like, what kinds of stuff do you enjoy doing at Endgame? Because I've had a hard time trying to figure out, like, what I would enjoy at Endgame, because to me it seems like you're just doing world quests to get resources to upgrade your gear at the vendors. Which is fine. I think it's really cool that they have like good gear for solo players. And then there's like the Fire Rack event thing. I can't figure out the Fire Rack event or how to get through it because I'm an idiot. So like usually I just get killed and I never figure out what's going on. But yeah, I am definitely always looking for ways to enjoy retail at Endgame as a solo player. I haven't clicked with anything yet. So you take a break at the Endgame, yeah. Like, they are making Endgame content for solo players, but I don't think it's really a lot outside of the typical world quest and then like the Fire Rack events and things that are spawning all around. And that stuff is okay, but as a player who is not like constantly playing the game, when you jump back into Endgame WoW at retail, I'm just confused. You know, there's shit going on the map. I got tokens and resources I need to farm to shove into gear. When they drop the new mega dungeon, there's going to be new gear that I'm supposed to want too, and I'm like, wait, am I even able to do the mega dungeon? Can you even queue for it? Do you need a pre-made? Is it going to be run like a mythic, fast as hell? Or are mega dungeons a little bit... Like, I have all these questions, and like, the game isn't going to answer any of the questions for me. If I want to find out what the hell divergent gear is, I have to go read about it on Wowhead. The game is not going to tell me. If I want to find out the best ways to get divergent gear or what to do with it after I have it, I have to read an article on Wowhead. Like, that kind of shit is tiresome to me. When I have to read a Wowhead article to explain how to get a currency and what I do with that currency, then it creates what I call friction. And some gamers can tolerate a lot of friction before they bounce off a game. I'm not like that. I don't like friction in my video games. I don't like having to consult like an external resource to the game to figure out how to play the game. And WoW devs seem to kind of assume that everyone's going to read about shit ahead of time on Wowhead, like before the system even comes out. So I feel like the amount of work they do in-game to inaugurate you into like new systems is very, very minimal. Like, they did explain the stupid, like the crest to me a little bit, like oh, here's the crest, and you turn 15 of these into a thing, and then you turn that thing into a thing, and then you have all these things, and you take them to this guy, and it's like, okay, you told me all that shit once in a block of text, and it didn't really make sense then, and it never made sense afterwards. So yeah, and it's hard, you know. I think the game is good, and I want to find reasons to like engage with it, but it's hard. And then I think I have trouble conceptually with the classes, because to me all the classes in retail WoW, and if you play a class that does not fall under this category, I'd love to hear about it. But every class in retail WoW to me seems like slam all of your buttons as hard as you can, wait for the flashy shit to pop up, and then react to those flashy things, and then just keep slamming 17 buttons as much as you can. It just feels like there's too many buttons to hit. There's too many procs coming up all the time to track and pay attention to. I don't feel like I ever get into a good flow of combat with most classes in the game. And yeah, it's very evident on the Shaman. The Shaman has so many things popping up to react to all the time. And it's like, it's really grating on me for some reason. The Evoker is not as bad, but conceptually I have a hard time with the Evoker just in general. Because it doesn't really feel like a classic WoW class. It feels like a class in like a different game. Yeah, I'd love to have just a rotation of abilities that makes sense to my brain. I haven't found a class that's given me the... You know, the Paladin, it was okay. Like, I leveled the Ret Pally for a little bit. And, like, those buttons were okay. I didn't have as hard of a time, but... I'm still trying to learn the Evoker. I really want to try the augmentation spec when it comes into the game. So I'm probably going to get back on my Evoker in my downtime and try to... get my the Shaman, the enhancement Shaman just has too many buttons for me to push. There's too many buttons. And a lot of them are all like reactionary stuff. And yeah, what happens is I get locked on my action bars in a way that hasn't happened to me for like 15 years. I hate getting my eyes locked on my action bars waiting for abilities to pop off cooldown away. And that's even if you have weak auras, you know, the same shit's going on, but instead of it going on down here, you're watching right here. Which, yeah, that's a little bit closer to your character, but I'm not going to use weak auras, so... If I need weak auras to play the class effectively, then I'm probably never going to play the class effectively, or I just won't play that class. Storm, welcome to the stream. Thank you for stopping by. Clint, is that the marksman? Is that marksman hunter? I played Beast Mastery Hunter for a little bit in Battle for Azeroth raids, and that seemed like that rotation was simple enough for me almost. It was one of the, and I don't know if the class is still the same way, but Beast Mastery Hunter, I felt like, yes, I can do this. I can understand the buttons I have to press and when. You see, I never tried. BM is button slapping. Now button slapping, you mean like reactionary stuff? For me, I felt like when I played it in BFA, it didn't have too many buttons to push. That was kind of the draw of it, is like I felt like the rotation was relatively like minimized compared to other classes expecting me to like manage a lot more buttons. The buttons that bother me most are all like the little 2-minute cooldowns that are like little damage buffs or little performance buffs, and they're on like a 1.5 minute cooldown, a 2-minute cooldown, a 3-minute cooldown, a 2-minute cooldown, and suddenly my action bar has to be full of not abilities that are gonna like be used in every combat, but suddenly my action bar is full of a bunch of fucking cooldowns I have to track. I hate tracking that many cooldowns. I like classic era cooldowns where like I have a big cooldown and it's every 30 minutes. I have a decent cooldown and it's every 10 minutes. I hate the baby cooldowns that you have to use every other combat. I really hate it. And we'll call them baby cooldowns. Maybe I'll dust off the Beast Mastery Hunter and see how he's doing. I think that character is still on Zul'jin. Yeah, Clint, I mainly do forget about the baby cooldowns. That's the problem, is I always know that I'm playing inefficiently. And like, I feel like the Evoker has a lot of them. I feel like the Evoker has these little cooldowns that I'm supposed to be pushing. You know, there's the one that lets me move while casting. There's one that buffs something about my damage. There's one that reduces incoming damage, and it's like, I know that I'm playing inefficiently when I'm not using all those. But I don't like using them all, so... What I'm doing here is I'm kiting these guys, and I'm gonna drop the melee guy. And we're gonna kill the caster. We're either gonna kill the caster, or they're gonna heal up each other and run back together. Okay, we dropped them both, I guess. I wanted to keep one of them and kill them, but we didn't do that. Yeah, and that's the other thing of retail, is like if you're gonna play retail and you're gonna do any kind of group stuff, like people expect you to be part of the meta. And I don't like changing my spec because it's in the meta or not in the meta. I do often feel like part of the reason why I don't get super invested into my characters in retail is because I have not found a class in retail where I have really, truly loved pushing the buttons. Not in the same way that I love a lot of classic classes that are just like the warrior in Wrath of the Lich King or the mage. Like, they're all like super fun to play. I love getting on and hitting the buttons. And when I log into retail, you know what I dread? I dread having to hit my fucking buttons. It's like the opposite feeling that you should get when you log into an MMO. Is like, I look at my shaman's action bar or my evoker's action bar and I just groan inwardly like, oh, here we go. Let's start slamming all these buttons, waiting for the flashy shit to come up. And like, I just don't enjoy pushing the buttons of the classes that I've played recently. So part of me thinks like maybe out there somewhere in all the classes and specs, there's probably a class and a spec of the 16 specs that I would really like. There's probably a spec out there that's like perfect for me. That I would get on it, I would play it, I would level it, and I'd be like, yes, I understand these buttons, I have fun with these buttons, they're a joy to push. I haven't found that yet. Now that being said, like, I have not leveled a lot of characters through Dragonflight, and a lot of classes have been significantly changed recently. Like, very significant changes have happened to classes like the Paladin, classes like the Mage are getting reworks. And so a lot of stuff is always changing. I just haven't fallen onto the class yet. The Shaman was not the class. I love Enhancement Shaman so much in Classic Era, but playing it in Dragonflight was a huge mistake. Yeah, in retail you have 30 different abilities, which, like, exactly. And the funny thing is, at one point in retail, they pruned abilities. They tried to give you less abilities to hit to make it more understandable. And then they went the other route because of add-ons like weak auras. They said, you know what, everyone uses add-ons to track, it tells them when they have to push their buttons, let's unprune, and let's make classes more fucking complicated to play, because everyone's playing with this add-on that's literally able to tell them when they need to hit a button. And when everyone's playing with an add-on that tells you when you need to hit a button, the devs don't care that the classes are over-designed. Because now they're assuming that everyone is using this add-on. Guess who doesn't use that add-on? This guy. Lots of people out there don't use weak auras. Lots of people out there who use weak auras, they probably don't want to. They probably feel like they have to. Yeah, Auntie, I had the rear view mirror on, man. Yeah, I was looking behind me as I moved. I am definitely aware that we could easily back into shit doing a maneuver like that, but that's why I had the camera flipped around like that. Yeah, it's sketchy territory. We'll finish this quest, and we probably won't do anything else here. But I am gonna finish this quest. Big potion in the bag? Thank you. Oh yes, oh yes. A couple of potions. Oh, we're silenced. That's awesome. Perfect. We got 700 to 900. That's pretty big. And then 700 to 900 HP. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Let's move this. Let's put the health potion there. And we'll do this. Yeah, Ryan, I set up weak auras one time. I actually downloaded Preach. Preach had some good profiles and some good instructions. Like, he had files you could copy that were ready made. He had really good instructions on how to set up weak auras and LBUI. So for a very brief time in Shadowlands, towards 9.2 and the end of things, I set all that shit up. I thought, you know, people play this way. They play with LBUI, they play with weak auras. I got that shit all set up, man, and I got it running, and I still hated it. Yeah, and then I decided to go back to not using add-ons. But I did my due diligence, you know. I followed it all, I got it all set up and running perfectly, and I still fucking hated it. I hated how it looked, I hated how it was obviously going to be growing reliance on just knowing when to hit your buttons, like... So yeah, but I felt like I did my due diligence, I set it up the way the pros set their stuff up, you know, if I'm copying Preach and doing exactly what he's doing, it doesn't really get much better, and I still didn't like it. And then, like, the other thing I have a problem with is, like, I have a bunch of characters that are, like, in retail, they're not quite max level, right? But they're, like, they're high up there. They're like, level 40s, level 30s, level 50s. It'd be easy to get them to max level. But I have a hard time, like, jumping onto a class that already has a lot of its buttons. If I haven't been playing it recently, it's hard for me to, like, kind of pick up and intuitively figure out, like, what the hell is going on with the class. And also, the talents are all very unfamiliar to me now. And the talents in retail, they look a little bit like the talents in classic, but they get really into the nitty-gritty of how very specific abilities operate. So like you kind of have to be like really paying attention to the class, and to do that it really helps to just be starting at level 1. You go to pick up like a level 40 and it's like I don't know what any of these talents are actually doing for me, despite the fact that they are very detailed and trying to explain. Yeah, you end up deleting them and starting over, right? I look at them and I'm like, well, I could try to pick this guy up and not know what the hell I'm doing for a while, or I could just re-roll it. And ultimately, that's probably why I have such a hard time with the Evoker as a class that like gets all their abilities really, really quickly with like zero explanation of things. Is because I'm just not that good at like picking up a class and like learning it out of nowhere. The same reason I was bad at the Death Knight, you know, because you have a handful of levels to really consume and learn a class, which most people aren't going to learn well without consulting a guide. And I'm just really bad at making myself read guides. People are like, why don't you look up a rotation? I'm like, why doesn't the game teach me the fucking rotation? Why do I have to look it up? Why do I have to consult Wowhead for my rotation? Why isn't the game designed in such a way to push me to learn the rotation and to help me learn the rotation? Why are we not doing that? Chris, I'm not sure if I'm going to run Scarlet Monastery. I'd like to, but I go back and forth with it, because, you know, one bad pull and it could all be over. And I'm kind of fine getting killed if it's something that I do. I don't want to get a group of people killed, and I don't really want a group of people to get me killed. Because we're kind of in uncharted territory now. So although I contemplated doing like an SM Armory for maybe like a weapon drop, a bigger part of me doesn't know if it's worth the risk. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. It probably just boils down to the fact that I'm lazy. I don't like doing research on video games. It's like if I can't pick it up and learn it on my own, then I won't be good enough at it, I guess. And part of me is okay with that. Because I feel like learning from a guide like that, it doesn't cement it as well as learning from like what happens and learning by playing and learning by building muscle memory. You can't build muscle memory by staring at a rotation guide. You don't build muscle memory by following what Weak Auras tells you to do. Like, you're not building muscle memory when you do those things. But to be fair, like, a lot of WoW classes don't seem like they are meant for you to build muscle memory for. Like, how you could have a rotation back in the day and you can just kind of go through it without really paying attention. You just know the rotation of abilities. It's not like that anymore. Now you're reacting to so many procs. Like, it's all about reacting to procs. And for that, you're either looking at flashy stuff on your screen or you're looking at Weak Auras. It's about managing those 30-second, 1-minute, 2-minute cooldowns and having those going on a rotation, never letting them drop or whatever it is. Yeah, the gameplay is just kind of vastly different. Jittery, thank you for being here. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's a good point. You know, they change the classes so often now that with the meta changing, and then you have to respec, or maybe you got to jump on a different class if you want to be part of the meta. You don't have time to build the muscle memory the same way you would when you've played a class for 100 hours and it's just the class that you play. The silence these guys have could, you know, potentially get us into a lot of trouble. It's a pretty nasty silence. Yeah, that's a trade-off though. I could use my stun during the silence, or I could do it when they're running away. But I can't do it at both those times. So I've kind of been saving it for when they run, if I have it off cooldown. That being said, you know, them running or silencing us, both of those things could screw us over. Do we get a second stun in Classic Era? I'm not sure if we get another stun or not. We get a silence. It's not. It's like it's a crowd control. It's a crowd control, and it only affects humans. Puts them in a state of meditation, incapacitating them for up to 6 seconds. Any damage caused will awaken the target. Only works against humanoids. Yeah, like I'm probably not going to grab this. If it worked against everything, you know, if it worked against everything, I'd grab it. But only working against humanoids. Well, then again, like things like the Naga are humanoid, so it wouldn't work on Beast, it wouldn't work on Dragonkin. But I guess, you know, humanoids cover a lot of different enemy types. I just don't think it's great for a last level talent. In the Retribution tree, I feel like it's kind of a waste of a point, honestly. Yeah, we're gonna go full into Vengeance, and then we're probably gonna dip out for other talents. Maybe we go back, we get improved Red Aura. But yeah, we're gonna go here, then we're gonna finish going here, and then we'll see what's up after that. Alright, that is the last scale that we need right now though, so we can get out of here. This has been a little bit of a tougher area than I thought it would be. Thankfully, you know, the guys were fairly spread out. They weren't too close together. I'd love to try protection. We need to get a good one-hander. We haven't had a good one-hander drop. We've had really nothing when it comes to one-handers. We have a blue shield that's a level 33 blue shield that probably has like a couple more levels left in it. Oh, maybe we don't. Maybe I sold blue shield. Oh no, there it is. Blue shield is still here. Level 33, so you know, it's gonna be 10 levels old soon. It was really cool when we found it. It looks super cool. We just never got a one-hander to use with it, so I couldn't do a respec to prot. Zoom, this is Classic Era, my friend.
Can I assist you?
This is the one we're not going to do. Eliminate Lord Shalzaru. He is in the back of a cave. The cave is full of Naga. They're crammed so close together, you're basically guaranteed to die at least once. Maybe we do it when we're like level 50. Like, it's a level 45 quest. Well, I mean, let's hark back to Stranglethorn. Guys, we don't really have a lot of other things we can work on right now that doesn't take place in Stranglethorn. That's the bulk of our yellow questing, and I think I do probably want to get to level 42 before we try to go back into Tanaris at all. Just because I'd like to do all the pirate stuff, but I'd kind of like to do it all together. But yeah, guys, I'm going to take a break here for today. Actually, we've been at it for 4 hours. It's been a great time. Thank you guys so much for coming and hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. I don't know if I'll be on later this evening. I've been contemplating doing an evening stream at some point this week, but I just haven't, I haven't really had the time to do it. So maybe today, maybe tomorrow. If not, I will see you guys back on here at some point tomorrow afternoon. Thank you again for being here, and as always, take care of yourselves out there in the real world, and take care of each other. And we'll see you back in Azeroth again very soon. Bye for now.